Put your hands together as the home team Wanneroo Giants take to the field. Starting today in left field, Harry Jenkins. Centre fielder, Kobe Ebersberger. In right field is Jed O'Sullivan. Third base, Taylor Bensman. At shortstop, Zach Richardson. In at second base, Jared Gibson. At first base is Kobe Scaife. Behind the plate today, Riley Lyons. Pitching together for the starting pitcher, William David Moss.
Good morning to all our viewers around West Australia, the nation and across the world, live on the Baseball WA Facebook page. It is Grand Final Day of the 2023 Baseball WA Little League State Championships, and despite the overcast conditions that we have today and the inclement weather, we should have a ripping day of baseball action. This is the first of our games for the day. It is the Intermediate Division Championships in the grand final between the host club, the Wanneroo Giants, who went through their group undefeated and topped the group, along with the Southern Hill Warriors, who were big winners in their other semi-final. And what a game it is going to be here today. Whilst the Giants easily accounted for the Firebirds 17-3 in the first semi-final, while in the second semi-final, that too was a dominating performance by Southern Hills against the Coastal Bay Sharks. William David Moss, starting pitcher, and Seth Grover is the first at plate for the Warriors. And he takes a cold strike to start things off. Good fast ball there from Moss. Good left arm fast ball he's got. And just tips that one towards our overhead camera position. Also, our broadcast put together by the wonderful team at Front Row Screens. Matty Williamson and Ryan Ramage doing a great job all weekend. This Easter long weekend. 0-2 the count. That one a little low. Trying to split the plate. 1-2 the count. This grand final day is set to be an absolute beauty. Grover with a beautiful straight hit towards centre field, and he will easily occupy first base. First hit for the Warriors. Now, originally, this game was scheduled to be a little later in the afternoon, but because of the inclement weather forecast, it has been pushed to a morning start. And now, just about to join me in the commentary box. He was here for all 4 games yesterday, and it's glad that we can have him on once again. He was on the broadcast yesterday and also throughout the State League this season. Guy Belair, he's back in the box. Guy, welcome.
Oh, welcome. There's never any parking around Wanneroo. Darren Riley can attest to that next to us.
The first of 2 games here today. Southern Hills and Wanneroo in the Intermediate League here, Guy. And what about this starting pitcher for the Giants, William David Moss, left arm. And he's got plenty of fast balls in that arsenal. And he fired off a couple of beauties before conceding a single to Seth Grover.
Yeah, good start to it today. Looks like Wanneroo had an arm in reserve, so
2-1 the count. For the number 27 for the Warriors. Swings and comes up empty. Takuta, Andrew Takuta. 2-2 the count. Line drive towards first, but that goes past the foul line. First of 2 games that we'll be bringing you today. That one just a little wide, but very close. Full count. Warriors still with no outs. Grover looking to sneak up to second. David Moss keeping him honest. Takuta pops that one up over our marquee. And credit to Baseball WA for moving these games back in the event of inclement weather, because, you know, it's only fair that we get a result for these big games.
Forward,
sorry.
But,
I'm always getting my forwards and backs mixed up.
Yeah, I think they learned, like I said, a couple times it's been rained out, and it's a little disappointing for kids that work those hards, and it's always tough. I don't want to say all these games matter and all the kids are deserving of playing. These ones that have that final meaning that you play so hard for, you got there, and if you don't get to play them, it's a little bit more disappointing than not playing a fourth or fifth place game.
That's right.
And I know sometimes you always put those in because that's the way they're scheduled, and you want the primetime lights, but that's what then makes it special. Like the D2 kids got to get a game under the lights last night, and sometimes you take those midweek games, and that's something that maybe, you know, I take a bit for granted, because I know growing up in America, I mean, every one of our games was under lights. I mean, you got to play Tuesday, Thursday nights at the league ballpark, and then Saturday games were always scheduled in the morning, so you could get your snow cones afterwards. So, you know,
who doesn't love the snow cones?
A little bit always easy like that one. So a little bit of circumstance, but, you know, out here in Perth, you only have a couple of fields with lights. So good bunt there, put down.
That was a clear intent for Vincent for the last three pitches, and Vincent runs to first, and bases loaded for Southern Hills.
And what I really like about that one, he kept his bat head high. So, you know, those were a couple of things that if you watched the broadcast yesterday, we did have some guys get the bunts down, but there were quite a few that when they did, you know, the bat head was dropping, balls were being popped up, and you weren't seeing the execution. The Phantoms were able to get 2 or 3 down, but what I liked there is he got the bunt down, and it was not directly back at the pitcher. It was in that middle third from the line to the mound. So good job by the young guy, and obviously had the wheels to beat it out.
Sam Simmons next at plate, takes a cold strike to start. And the man at second base there, Seth Grover, looking to, well, that's Takuta rather, looking to sneak up to third, getting a little ambitious.
Southern Hills looking to strike first. Ooh, that was right there on the outside corner. Tough no call there, but good fastball there. And Southern Hills looking to strike first with bases loaded here, top of the first inning.
2-1 the count. William David Moss gets that one pretty high, and a good call there for ball. 3-1 the count. Of course, later on today, around about midday, we'll have the Eastern Phantoms and also the Central Firebirds in the Division 1 Championship decider. That one will be a beauty, as Simmons looking to get a ground ball line drive to first base. Didn't get all of it, and it is fouled, so we'll have a full count. Be a tough one to pick later this afternoon. Will it be the Phantoms or the Firebirds for a fourth time for Firebirds?
Yeah, watching the two teams, I think it'll be a good game, but I think they have the pitching that I don't. We'll have to see how well the Phantoms pitch. So ball 4 will have a run scamper across. So nice RBI walk for Simmons there.
Grover scampering to home. First score for the Warriors, and it's Reese Wharton next at plate. It looks like the Giants coaches are going to have a chat to William David Moss just to get him back into the groove.
Yeah, Wanneroo has had no shortage of left-handed pitchers over the years, and they all seem to be the same build, tall, lanky. I'm going off of my memory. The guy sitting next to me, his son was one of those kids, Nicholas Riley. I believe they had Riley Pelkinen was another one who's gone over to Morley, but got his start here at Wanneroo. And David Moss, another hard-throwing left-hander. So Must be something in the water this far north.
Must be. They produce some good talent over there. 0-1 the count. It gets it wide. The base is still loaded for Southern Hills. And that is fouled just past the catcher's glove. The 1-2 the count. They still lead at 1-0 Southern Hills at the top of the first in this grand final.
This is a good point. If you trust your catcher behind you, I'd like to see a curveball down in the dirt.
Ooh, tipped that one and got it right in the helmet. And gives the thumbs up. And he's got a grin from ear to ear, but that was a pretty hard hit to the helmet. But, the catcher there in Riley Lyons will shake that one off and get on with business. These are tough customers. 1-2 the count. And again gets it wide.
This is the one kind of thing is Southern Hills Warriors. They're made up again of Gosnells, Calmunda, Kelmscott. A lot of them have been Kelmscott kids, and Kelmscott kids have that ball's popped up into left field, will be caught, and we'll see the runner attempt to make a run, drew a throw to see it, so potentially should have gone because the throw was offline and might have been safe if he risked it, but sometimes you do that to make sure you can see the outfielder's arms and get a good read. But
Herbesberger making a good catch there at left field off the fly.
The one thing that I was going with, most of these Kelmscott guys, they all have been, they're really good fastball hitting teams. And I think this is where from David Ross I've seen mostly fastballs. So again, if that's all you're going to throw, teams are going to start to dial you in, and especially good fastball hitting ones, you can dial in on that. That's where when you see pitchers, that's the important part of, we want to change the eye level if you're a single pitch pitcher. So in, out, up, down, all of those kinds of things, and have that command. And he's done a good job of that, but that's where I'd like to see the changeup mixed in, or a curveball just added in, just something to throw off that timing. And when you do that, that's when you see the hitter start to be way ahead or you know, have trouble with it.
Strike two. Good change of eye level there for David Moss. Dipping that one low. We've got plenty of speed on that one. 2-2 the count. They want to get this next out because bases are still loaded for the Warriors. 4 first pitch strikes for David Moss. Get some height on that one. Full count again, 3-2. Still on 1 out of the Warriors, and they're in a good position with bases loaded. They can get at least a ground ball through the gaps at third base and shortstop. They'll be able to get another run here, and they'll get an out here. Raymond's gone, but Takuta scampers to home and doubles the Warriors' advantage.
Surprised they didn't go for the double play to try to get out of the inning there. It was Taylor made one, and would have just been a short flip over to second and a follow-through throw to first. Should have been the bang-bang one, but he elected to get the sure thing and get one out, and so conceded the run. But, you know, as a pitcher, those are the small things. You need those double plays so you can keep your, you know, obviously we're at the end of the tournament, so he doesn't really have a pitch restrict. Well, he's still restricted by the number, but not, you know, he's not. If he's going the distance, he's going the distance here. But those are the ones that you'd like to see done to save arms, save pitches, and you know that might be the difference in him going 6 versus 4.
Trainer with 2 cold strikes, and he pops that one up.
Get out of play over us.
Yep, that'll be way over our heads, and the count will be 0-2 with those 2 outs. Jordan Trainer got himself a good campaign. Strike 3. Trainer swings for the fences but comes up empty. And that's the first strikeout for David Moss. Change of innings now. Warriors lead at 2-0 as we go to the bottom of the first.
Reds.
It's a start that the Warriors were after. They scampered home for a few runs. They got their base hits done nice and early.
Yeah, the one thing, David Moss there, that last pitch went to something off speed. I don't know if it was the start of trying to see a little bit of a curveball, but it had something that either a little bit of curve, slurve, or slider. Not a lot of movement, but just enough that it made a difference, and you could see the hitter was well out in front of it and missed time. So those are the ones that if you just start to mix that in every now and then, it throws something else into hitters' minds.
Southern Hills Warriors take the field for the first time in this grand final, the Intermediate League. And starting pitcher number 9, Sam Simmons, right-hander. Starting things off for the Giants, who will be stepping up to the plate in front of his home crowd, Zach Richardson, number 23. Cloud cover is broken away here at Mettleton Park, Kingsway Sporting Complex. Great facility here, but moving the games back, very prompt decision by Baseball WA, because you want a result, as you said, Guy. You know, to get a result, it always drives the competitive level up a bit in these grand finals when you've got the championship trophy at stake.
Yeah, I mean, that's first and foremost, that's what you're striving for, is to get to this point. And so getting to this point, you definitely want to get those ones in if you can. So I think that was a little bit of the first forethought at the mines. The one kind of thing is usually that Little League Grand Final is, they try to put it on as the sole showcase and end all the other games, and everyone stays around to watch it to make it a big ordeal. And it is a ton of fun having the entire area packed, and everyone's watching your game. They got a little bit of that feel yesterday because when it went into extra innings, some of the other games had ended, and so everyone was kind of stuck around, and you started to see all the people pile up. And
I tell you what, that first game, when the crowd piled up and were making so much noise, you'd feel like you're at a Little League World Series game when you think about it. The atmosphere, the crowd, the action, brilliant.
Yeah, well, if you magnify that by about 10 times more people, and then maybe you're talking about a Little League World Series game. But yeah, I mean that's what makes it special for those kids. And understandably, one team left that game in tears, and another one was elated, and ultimately, even today, that'll be the same case. But all these boys hang their heads proud.
Straight down center field, and Richardson, will he charge up to second? No, he does the safe option and earn himself a single.
Yeah, you're not going to see too many. For it to be a double, it's got to either be misplayed in the field or find the gaps. And other than that, it's station-to-station baseball. And as I said yesterday, hits are contagious in these games. And this one should be pretty evenly matched, and we should see, I would wager, a fairly high-scoring game.
Here comes Richardson, sneaking up to second, slides in. He's got the wheels as Richardson. Sneak up to first and then to second.
Yeah, and again, this is the nice thing in the IL rules. You get to play traditional baseball, so you'll see pickoffs, you'll see leadoffs. So the running game really comes into play in this particular game, where it was a little bit held at bay yesterday in the Little League ones.
Tensions were from Kimber to go for the bunt, but that one just a little too low. 0-2 the count. Sam Simmons, starting pitcher for the Warriors. Keeping an eye on Richardson at second base. And a cold strike for Kimber, and he's gone. So a strikeout for Simmons, and now being brought on, number 3 in position, his lines.
That's a big out there because he's able to get the strikeout. Normally, when a player squares the bunt, he's giving himself up in order to get that runner over. So when you're able to get that out without having the runner advance, It's a huge, huge play.
And there's a fumble down in catcher's position. Richardson will...
But immediately negated by the pass ball that allowed the runner to go on the very next pitch to the batter.
Richardson now occupies third. This will be a big response for the Wanneroo side if they can level things up. Lyons just fouls that one to his left. Simmons firmly focused on the plate. Giants have a player on third. That one's low, and Richardson will sneak up home, and a fumble by Simmons allows Richardson to score.
Well, that one's not on Simmons. That one's actually on Grover, because the ball rebounded nicely to Grover. And what I do like is he did go for the flip, but that flip has to be at knee level, so it's right there for the tag. Grover's flip went high above the shoulder, and when you're doing that one as that pitcher, you're then exposing yourself, and you're not going to get all the way back down in time to make a tag. So, unfortunately, that one's on Grover. But
Lyons drives it to the first base area, and the umpire will call that one out. And Lyons there not too happy with that one, but the umpire in the prime position, and that will mean Declan McDonald will bring himself up. He's a big hitter, we've been told. So if he can get a good pitch that he likes, he could hit it pretty big. And the right field, centre field and left field have gone pretty deep. 2 outs, 1-0 the count. Simmons throwing a low one there. Looks like he liked that one, but not taking the risk. A cold strike for McDonald.
And that's another one of those tough ones. That's again, I think if you're that big hitter, you're hungry, you got to go up hacking. Because right now that pitch you watched might be the best one you see all day or all at bat.
Simmons, what will he dish out next? 2-1 the count. McDonald doesn't get all of it. It's a ground towards shortstop area, and McDonald will net himself a single. He's on first. Still down to their last out, with McDonald's ground ball hit in the infield. And now this brings up William David Moss. But the two number 9s going at it. Still down to their last out, the Giants. I'd love to level it up with a player on first. And McDonald putting on the accelerator, sneaks up to second. Fumble at second base. Can he net himself a run here? He's going for it. He's going for it. He's got it. So the Giants equal it up 2-0. From 2-0 to 2-all.
We see communication play a big part of baseball both yesterday and today. And I think Simmons should have let that ball go all the way through to the catcher. And if he did, there's maybe a play at the plate. But him electing to cut it off probably potentially cost a chance at an out because then he didn't make a play on it. And realistically, this comes back to his job is to be backing up the catcher for the overthrow, not being the cutoff man. The cutoff man should have been that third baseman, and unfortunately that ball went off the glove and then off of the runner, so bounded out almost all the way to the outfield fence. So all of a sudden became a play where the left fielder had to make a play, and it wasn't a bad throw. I would have liked to have seen it go through, but that's where that catcher's got to be talking to, to say, hey, no cut, no cut. All those kinds of things, the lines of communication become key there.
I think that's why Grover and a couple of his teammates have now gone up to Simmons to have a chat with him. And we mentioned yesterday during the semi-final games about how important the communication is at every play. Such an essential part of tournament baseball or any level. If you're not communicating at every play with your team, then there's problems.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what's going on here. I think the Southern Hills coach, Andy Cook, came up and asked them to all right, I guess he's gone back to get a towel or something. I don't know. It might be some morning dew from the field. Might be a little wet on the mound.
It looks like that is the case, as you see, just wiping the dew down with his foot. There's a little bit of that early morning dew on the field from where we are in the commentary box, because it is a little cold. It's only down to the low 20s today, around about 22, 23 degrees here in Perth. With rain forecast in the afternoon, but we do hope we get both our games completed.
Gotta get this stuff on camera, surely. Where's the photographer?
And of course the team at front row screens here. We've got the big screen being set up at the moment, and that'll give a great view for all the fans that are here at the stadium today. And also for our viewers at home, live on the Baseball WA Facebook page, wherever you are, we're glad you can join us. It is 2-2 at the bottom of the first. Wanneroo Giants and the Southern Hills Warriors in the intermediate level Little League Grand Final State Championship for 2023. Make no mistake about it, it'll be at the highest intensity with the highest stakes. Don't forget, a little later on, we have the Division 1 Grand Final, the main event. It is the Eastern Phantoms against the team that are looking to make it 4 championships in Division 1, the Central Firebirds. That one will be an absolute beauty. So far here, it has been the case here, 2-2. Simmons continues to David Moss and goes low on that one. 3-1 is the count. You see right field, center field, and left field a little closer to the fence, because David Moss is a big hitter, and that's a big fly ball towards left field. That looks like it'll be fouled. Yes, it will.
It's just a long strike.
Brings up the full count. Literally 3-2 with 2 outs. Cold strike, and that is the end of the innings. So the Warriors have been able to forbid the Giants from taking the lead. And it's all level after 1, 2-2 in the Intermediate Little League Championship Grand Final.
2-2.
Even Stevens contest. Paul Persick and Guy Belair with you live on the Baseball WA Facebook page. Thanks to the team at Front Row Screens. The final day of what's been a great long weekend of baseball action and sporting action here in WA for that matter. It's a great crowd here. The atmosphere's building on the 2 main diamonds we have here today at Madelgin Park. Braving the cold conditions to watch some great Little League baseball at its best with the highest stakes imaginable. Well, it's not only championships, but also national spots as well are also up for grabs, Guy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously from the Little League standpoint, we know the 2 teams are already going over for Division 1, so it will be the Phantoms and Firebirds. So in some ways that takes a lot of the pressure off, because I always said you had to look at things as your first goal, and your first goal is to qualify for the tournament. So the moment you've done that one, in this instance, you know, you have to get to a semifinal. You've made it to the semifinal. You have to win that one. Once you've won that one, you're traveling, so it takes a lot of the pressure off as far as goals. And the second goal then was to always win a state championship. And you know, if you got the first one done, then you gave yourself a good position to do the second, but it didn't matter whether you did that one, because ultimately you have to look at what those goals are. So from that standpoint, I think a lot of the pressure is off, so you should see a really good baseball game. You know, you might still see some guys have jitters or have things because, you know, depending on whether they've been in grand finals or different things, you haven't been on one on this stage, and so we'll see how they elect to play, or, you know, who rises to the occasion, so to speak. But then for other ones, you know, where Div 2, I think all 4 teams get to go across, so they already know they're squared away. And with the IL one here we have this morning, I don't remember how many get to travel, but there's always that measure of pride in terms of you know, you want to be that state champion, you want to be the one going across with that little bit of clout. But you know, we got ourselves a good battle here with north of the river team versus south of the river team, and
Swan River's divided, as they say. The battle line's drawn.
Hey, north versus south, and so all of that comes into play. Obviously, Wanneroo has a little bit more of an advantage. They're getting to play on their home field, so in their home dugout. I always liked it, enjoyed it when I think the Giants have always managed to. That one will be tapped down to first, and
that's Aiden Lynn. He's out, falling short of first base. Of course, you mentioned the national championship. That'll be in the middle of May, 19th to the 23rd over in Mildura in Victoria.
Yeah, so they'll get a chance to go over there, and then I think, as I recall, I think IL goes to California.
Livermore, California.
I think JL gets to go to Michigan, something like that one, as I recall. And then obviously the Little League World Series is over in Pennsylvania, so.
Yeah, Little League Major Division 1 and 2, that'll be in mid-August. That'll last for 12 days over in Williamsport, Pennsylvania.
I think they've done a good job. I think all those find their way on to ESPN. I know the Little League World Series is all games are on ESPN or ESPN2, and I think they've done a good job of, you know, putting some of those other ones on ESPN, the different respective ESPN channels. So
mustn't forget the Giants are the reigning Intermediate League national champions from last year. So they'll be going over to Mildura regardless of whether they win or lose in this grand final. And that's another. Ooh, that looked very close.
We got 3 now.
Strike 3. Oliver's gone. Just waited there for a moment because it looked pretty
Riley
high.
Lyon had the previous time apparently didn't know the count, and Wanneroo always trying tricks of bags and tried to throw it around to get strike 3, and the batter was walking off, and it wasn't strike 3. It was called a ball, and then they bring it back, and I thought that was the same pitch. It easily could have been called a ball again, but I gave the strike 3 call that time, and neither one knew what was actually going to be called again. So
0-0 with 2 outs. And 1-0. Just based on last year when you were talking about the national teams being represented by WA, 2. Only 2 will go. And
over for
Intermediate League Nationals.
Yep.
So last year, Eastern Phantoms and the Giants, of course, the Giants went through their group undefeated, and they defeated the Ride Hawks in the grand final 5-1 to take home the title as Woods swings and misses first strike. That's that national title over in Mildura in May as Woods tips that one near our commentary box. Jaden Woods, number 23, facing the pace of William David Moss. 2-2 with 2 outs. No bases occupied, and Moss gets a high one there. Woods, ground ball along the infield. A fumble at shortstop. Woods will occupy first base.
Yeah, just booted it off the edge of the glove, and instead of bounding into his glove, it kicked back to the right and not able to recover in time to get Woods, but good job by Richardson to stay with it in the end. And
the count. Simmons and David Moss, both the starting pitchers, each have 2 strikeouts. That one head high, wide of the corner, so 3-0 the count, still 2-all. Player on 1 for the Warriors. Strike 3, strike 1 rather. 3-1 the count.
You're about to be like Riley Lyon trying to...
That's a ball, and he's walking.
Lyon tried to throw it around on 2 strikes, and you're trying to get the Southern Hills guy out on 1.
And here comes Jackson Tander, last in the order for Southern Hills. Still 2 outs.
Two-out hits win ball games and $20 if you hit a bird.
As they fly past the playing area. And both players, Woods and Davies, scamper to 3rd and 2nd respectively.
You ever seen a bird hit by the baseball?
No, I have not.
You should Google Randy Johnson and the pigeon.
Randy Johnson and the pigeon. I'll have a look at that one. I'll give my verdict on that one, see how hard that hit was. So 2-0 the count. Tander tries to go down the line at first. That is a foul. That one a little wide. Looked very close, but that is 3-1 the count.
Yeah, not sure where that one missed. It didn't miss by much. Seemed like that might have been the pitch that
Ball 4.
David Moss was struck out on the end of his at-bat. So to not get the same call can be a little bit frustrating. We're still looking to see if we can get any of these 2-out hits because, this is we talk about wanting to win baseball games or big performances here. These are the ticket items. 2-out hits win ball games. 2-out hits with bases loaded definitely win ball games.
Certainly is. It's a good situation for the Warriors.
So twice they've had bases loaded in their 2 innings of play here, but they've only been able to scrap across the 2 runs in the first.
Now, Grover did score his first at-bat.
And I think obviously he scored in his first at-bat, so we'll see. Obviously, Grover was the one who led things off, got things started, so it's top of the order. So it's back to all the hitters then that the Warriors had to get things started there in the first.
They are able to get production from the top right through to the middle of the order.
Yeah. Obviously, the Warriors coached by Andy Cook. He's been a long-time Swan District. His son is signed last year with the Oakland A's, so I might have to give him a little bit of a hard time going. Did you have to do anything? You had to go transfer yourself to the Kelly Green Club so you could wear the same colors as your kids. So.
Full count, 3-2 with 2 outs. David Moss tips that one to the foul line.
Good cut there by Grover. One thing I would have liked to see him keep his head in. His head had already turned looking over at Andy Cook. I mean, he was trying to unload on that 2-strike pitch, but Got that full count again, so he's protecting the plate. Not getting cheated. We'll see ball 4, so.
That will also allow Woods to score, and they take back the lead 3-2 at the top of the second innings.
Patient approach, and did a good job fouling off, the couple of pitches. And again, that's what you're doing. You're fouling off anything close so you don't get it called on you, and you're looking for that pitch that you can then drive. Or not sure. I think we're going to get a speed up, because is Grover a pitcher or catcher? He is the catcher, so he'll scamper off to try to go put the gear on to speed up the game. So
now, Tom Oliver will be that first base runner. And a very high fastball there. And all players on those 3 bases have got good wheels on them. They're very quick.
Yeah, but you're not going anywhere now unless it's a pass ball, and it's really got to get away. That's ball's hit up the middle, gonna be touched on the bag, and that'll do it.
3 outs for Southern Hills. That's a good final play from the Wanneroo Giants to stop Southern Hills from extending that advantage. 3-2 as we go to the bottom of the second.
Yeah, Southern Hills able to get that run there in the top of the second, so they got 1 across and have at least put up a number each half inning.
Looked a pretty good hit from Seth Grover, straight up the middle, but just didn't get through the hole. So now Taylor Benjamin will step up to the plate for Wanneroo, the bottom of the second. The crowd absolutely fantastic here by both dugouts and also at the centre of the diamond behind the catcher. Really enjoying a great day of action. Sun's broken free for a moment, with the cloud cover just occupying that around Maddalton Park. It's part of this grand final day. You see Guy Belair alongside me. He's got the eggs alongside him.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, the Easter long weekend.
Got to start eating all the chocolates.
And we sure hope everybody has had a great Easter weekend, not just here in West Australia, but all around the world. There's a couple of the Giants players next up. Benjamin, O'Sullivan, and Maskelyne. 3-2 now in favour of Southern Hills. Got some music here. Big crowd enjoying all of it. Makes for a great atmosphere here today. Simmons practicing some pitching along with Aidan Lynn. Benjamin will step up to the plate for the Giants. As O'Sullivan will be nearby, just getting a few practice swings, warming up. Benjamin facing Simmons at the bottom of the second. We've got centre, left and right field a little closer to the fence as Benjamin takes a cold strike. Benjamin
pops straight up. I think it's going to get out of the field of play.
No, it makes its way in.
Wynn dropped that one back, but I don't. Should have had a catch there. He was right next to it, and I think it dropped about a foot next to him, didn't it?
Yes, it did. That was Aidan Lynn looking to net that pop-up.
Those are ones that generally, if you give a team an opportunity or another chance, it usually comes back to get you.
Nice eye line change up there for Simmons. 1-2 the count. All bases vacant. This time Simmons goes low. 2-2. Benjamin, his first at bat. The Giants scored, but only got through half of their lineup at the top, at the bottom of the first. Well left there by Benjamin. 3-2, full count. Southern Hills and Wanneroo very evenly matched, as you said, Guy, early on in our broadcast. As Simmons, Benjamin with a good fly ball through the hole, and Benjamin will easily stride to first. A very good hit, well timed.
Yeah, nice little line drive there, right over the infield and just in front of the left fielder. So nice little safe base hit. Good way to start off for a leadoff hitter for Wanneroo here in the bottom of the second. So looking to see if they can keep pace with Southern Hills. Southern Hills scored every inning so far, only been the inning and a half. But
now it's Jed O'Sullivan. Next at plate, takes a cold strike first up. That one a little bit high.
I've already seen one adjustment from Simmons so far from first inning to the second, and it involves with runners on. First inning, I thought he was going into a big leg kick and allowing that leadoff to be expanded from any runner. Now I've seen that stride shortened, and that is what you want to do with those runners on is go to a smaller leg kick so they can't get that early jump.
O'Sullivan, big pop-up. It's going towards shortstop. Underneath it, it is a great catch by Raymond. And that is the first out for the Giants.
Yeah, Takota made that catch, and so, good play there. But as soon as I had made that comment about the shorter stride, of course, Simmons went back to the full leg kick right there to prove me wrong. So
Eye level there with that high pitch, but that's called as a ball.
And we've seen, obviously, we've had 4 different umpires in the 4 games, and the strike zones have differed. So it looks like Wally's going to have a little bit lower strike zone. Yesterday we were seeing things called at the letters or even above the letters, and that one was probably just above and let it go. So I do like to see that we do adjust to kind of both conditions, the pitchers, particular hitters, but yep, and that one's right at the knees and called a strike. So
Benjamin's still on first, looking to sneak up to second. But 2-1 the count for Owen Maskelyne.
I don't think Benjamin's going to
be
the base runner that others might be. As I look at his lead, he's not even normally for a lead. You want to take a body length and a dive back, right? I don't even see him at half a body length, but he takes off on that pitch, and I think Simmons was slow to the plate, and Grover was slow to release as well. So easy stolen base there for Benjamin.
Maskelyne facing a full count. And he can start walking. That's ball 4. And players now on first and second. This is now Jared Gibson making his way out to the middle.
So Wanneroo is doing the best to prove me wrong in terms of everything. So yesterday when I couldn't go wrong with my picks, Wanneroo wants to make sure I can't do anything right today.
Don't worry, I did worse over the weekend. Cold strike there from Gibson. Don't worry, mate. At least you didn't go 1 from 5.
Well, I might be 1 from 5 on my predictions so far in this game. So I said he wasn't going to steal, and he stole. I said he wasn't going to do a leg kick, and he did. And
well, you went 2 from 2 yesterday in the semi-finals.
Yeah.
Oh, and again, the catcher getting that one cut right to the helmet. But again, he wears that one off.
So we've seen Ross Lyons take one. We've seen Sam Grover wear one. That's what they're made for. So
And that one's popped up. And that's a brilliant catch running back. This time it's Raymond. And looking for the double play. And the Warriors get it. A huge double play for Southern Hills. And that is 3 outs at the expense of the Giants. They still hold a 3-2 lead after 2. Raymond making the catch, running back. And then all of a sudden, just great match awareness by the Warriors to turn that into a fast and slick double play.
Yeah, not sure what Masakino was thinking there. I mean, one hit, ball hit in the air, it should be frozen on your bag. He took off running. Probably thought it was 2 outs already, so it was running on contact, but that's where we talk. It's more important to know what the situation is and potentially cost his team an opportunity to tie things up.
And now we go to the top of the 3rd. Owen Masculine now will be on the mound. So an early change of pitch. The Big O as he's being dubbed.
Don't know if he's dubbed that one or if it's Darren Riley just giving that nickname out.
Well, we got to go along with it.
Yeah, we'll go along with it.
I mean, a lot of these star players, whether it be Little League or the World Series, they got to have those nicknames.
Yeah, I'm sure some of those players would probably wish they got to choose their nicknames. Well, that's your teammates choose your nickname. You don't get to choose your own. But when it's the PA announcer giving out nicknames, they're never good ones. So,
did you ever have a nickname in your time?
I'm not going to name any of my nicknames. Some of them should be left behind.
But Masculine stepping up to the mound, getting some last-minute encouragement there from his teammate in McDonald. Now stepping up to the plate, Lachlan Vincent. Batting from the 3 position this morning. 3-2 now. Here's the Warriors lead. Brilliantly executed double play to win the 2nd innings. Can they extend the advantage? Well, that will remain to be seen now as the 3rd innings gets underway. Masculine, what will he dish out first up? He's got a good fast ball we were seeing from his warm-ups. And that's a nice high one, but ruled as a ball, 1-0.
So gone from a hard-throwing left-hander to a hard-throwing right-hander. So Wanneroo, probably no shortage of arms on some cases.
And again, working the inside corner.
I like that pitch. And big thing here is the hitter should stand his ground. If you're going to get hit, you're getting on base. You're doing the job for your team, and especially as leadoff hitters, and you're trying to expand things. That's a good hit ball. That'll be a base hit in the right field.
Brilliantly timed by Vincent. And again, that station-to-station baseball being played as we expected in this intermediate league. Brilliantly timed towards right field.
And that's one of the big things here, especially Andy Cook can tell his hitters, guys, if they're going to throw hard, let them do the work. Just swing, and the contact should be there, and find those holes, find those gaps.
One a little high, interesting, but that'll be 1-0.
I think this is Simmons now batting. Is that right?
Yes, that is Sam Simmons, number 9.
See if he can help his cause and get a base hit here, get a runner over to 3rd.
And again, another nice hit.
Well struck, but
right
going to be just foul.
Looked like a solid hit there. Brilliantly timed by Simmons, but just a little too wide of the line from Sam Simmons. Big O looking to throw another good fast one here. Hard throwing right-hander as Simmons pops that one up. That may go towards centre field. That's over the fence. He's lost it in the sun, and that's a homer! That's a double homer for the Warriors, and they extend the advantage by 2 runs, 5-2 at the top of the third. That was a big, big hit by Big Sam.
You know, and that's the one kind of thing here. I think obviously they're playing on an IL fence, so I don't remember if it's been moved back for IL. I believe it is moved back a little bit. But the center fielder there, is it Ebersberger?
Ebersberger, yes.
Ebersberger, I saw him going back on it, and I thought it was going to be a routine catch because it went higher first, and then he lost it. Ebersberger is looking directly into the sun and just lost it. You saw him pull off, and he probably, if he could have maintained his hand on the fence, he probably could have had a chance to make a play on that one, but because he lost it, he gave up, and that ball had just enough to drift over the pipeline on the fence there for a home run. But a 2-run home run, well done by Simmons, extends the lead out to 3.
Well, Warriors are not short of big hitters. Oh, and that one's right on the body. And Wharton will start walking. That's an automatic walk on to first.
And that was one of the biggest things. You heard me say, 2 batters ago, Andy Cook can turn to his guys and just say, hey, if they're going to bring out the hard throwers, all you have to do is put the bat on ball, let their velocity, their work, do the work for you. That's all Simmons did. He was able to put bat on ball on that one, and that one just carried. And that was basically off of the hard throw from Mescaline.
Looking to steal. Second is Wharton, and they do.
Well backed up there by Kimber. Richardson couldn't pull out the tag there. The ball bounced over his gloves as he tried to slap it down really quick, but Kimber well backed up and keeping it to just the one base and not an additional.
This is Raymond at the plate. Facing the Big O was a ground ball, but it's only going to go as far as Big O, and an easy out at first.
Yeah, as quickly as he fielded that one, I would have liked to have seen 2 things. He stepped, made his throw to first, and was sure and got an out. But I would have liked, as quickly as that ball jumped on him, I would have liked to have seen him turn and look that runner back to 2 or get the lead runner at 3 since he was breaking right away. As quickly as that ball got on him, he had those opportunities. So that's something that, as he sits down, he can take back and learn from. But, again, at the end of the day, you have to be sure, get that one out. He's done that one. But he had a chance, if you can get that lead runner, you prevent that, the scorer from getting out of hand in this inning.
Trainer now at the plate. Want to know the count. Trainer fouls that one to his left. And the count will be 1-1.
So I'm going to have to tell you, you're going to have to watch that Randy Johnson and the Pigeon video here. You got to be able to discuss it on air here.
Yeah, we definitely have to watch it at some point, maybe between the games.
No, you got to dig it in now.
All right. Randy Johnson and the Bird. We're having a look at that in the meantime as the Big O.
Big lead there off of third.
Wharton leading off third, but that third ball.
Strike zone really tight there because I thought he was giving those kind of low and away calls early. Not giving them here to the Wanneroo pitching staff as of late.
And that's wide, and Trainer will be walking. In the meantime, oh my goodness. I've just gotten on to Randy Johnson, who hit the Bird. Bang! Good Lord. The chances of that happening are 1 in a quadrillion, mate.
I've never seen it in my life, and got to see it. I was not at that game, but you got to see that one. And it's become a Sports Center clip for all time. When you see the birds flying around here, it's just, what are the chances of it ever happening? And the difference is Randy Johnson, threw 100 miles an hour, could throw a 90-plus mile an hour slider, and I don't know what you'd call that. I don't. The bird takes it out, and I don't. It just disintegrated. You just see feathers.
Literally disintegrated like my footy tipping.
Good job, Fraser. Love your work, buddy.
That was a very fast 100-mile-an-hour pitch. Randy Johnson literally killing a bird. I don't know what else to say.
but now it puts you into context for I'll give you $20 if you hit a bird.
But like I said, the chances are 1 in a quadrillion. You don't see that happening.
No.
But now, players on first and third. 5-2, the Warriors lead. And on the plate, Aiden Lynn gets a wide outside corner ball to start things off.
We're going to see Ross Lyon call time here. He's going to get put on a first and third situation here. So, depending on the call, you're going to have one of 4 things. You're going to see the hard throw back to third right away. You'll see the throw cut down at second. You'll see the throw go all the way through to second. Or you'll see it immediately thrown back to the pitcher.
And Trainer will scamper to second. Picking that one off quite nicely. Ross Lyon, very familiar name here in Australia.
Definitely a familiar one in WA, and I thought he got a bit of a raw deal because I think had he been able to finish that last year of his contract, I think the Dockers would have been a playoff team. Obviously, he's gotten off to a magnificent start with the Saints so far this season. So
4-0, Ross the boss.
Everybody says his style of gameplay is past, but the one thing I've always mandated, if you play defense, you're going to win championships, because if you can keep a team to below 70 points, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to find 70 to win. Now, his problem was finding the 70 to win, at least at Frio. And, as much as they have a different coach, Justin Longmuir, plays similar style of, he's still defensive-minded in terms of those things. And, unfortunately for this year, Frio still seems to be struggling to find those 100-point games. So
Lynn strikes and swings and misses. Strikes out. Masculine, a solid strikeout there. And now, next up, Tommy Oliver. Stepping up to the plate.
So again, Oliver, Southern Hills now looking for that opportunity, looking to capitalize on those 2 out hits. That ball's going to get by, and runner will scamper home.
Now that's Wharton. He just scampers easily to home plate.
Yeah, Wharton had a good leadoff from third and was moving towards home, and the moment that ball hit the dirt, he was off to the races. So that was a great jump there, and that is the only dangerous side to having a hard-throwing pitcher, because if he's a little bit off target, he can easily get past. In that instance, that's what it is. I think obviously the Giants were bringing him on because, down 1, they didn't want to chase it, but struggled a little bit. Southern Hills has found 3 runs this inning.
Oliver, ground ball through the hole, and they'll score once again, this time through Trainer. And the advantage extends even further. The Warriors go further ahead.
So that's a great hit there by Oliver, because it was just a hard ground ball hit, but more importantly, it's that 2-out hit that plates another run. Now all of a sudden you've pushed it out beyond 4. So I think once you start doing that one, that's when the moment when it starts to get hard to come back, because it's not just, hey, one swing of the bat can do it for us. It's you got to chip away. But we'll see how the Giants respond.
And, looking to take out first base, but Oliver there is safe. Oliver looking to get another good lead off from first. Woods just tips that one past the catcher, and that'll be another foul.
And this is one thing I think these guys have been well instructed and taught what to do here in this instance, but I like the leadoffs are being stretched. So if you look at Oliver's leadoff there, you can see he's got more than that body length and the dive back. So I like that he's pushing it out, and we'll see if Mascalane picks over one more time.
Woods flies that one over the diamond and onto the roof. I think that's the first one that's been hit for today. We had about 5 or 6 of them yesterday. 1 and 2 the count. Woods gets a good fly ball towards centre field. Oliver looks like he'll net himself to third.
That should be a double. He's going to score. Oh.
Ooh. Station to station, safe. Safe at second, safe at third. And that's another big hit from Woods.
I would have liked to have seen him, but Andy read that one well and stopped his runner, and the stop probably actually did more to help Woods get to second, because Woods was slow rounding the bag. But when they turned to look at the runner on third, they then didn't turn to look at the runner that was only halfway to first. So they could have had him out at 2 to get out of the inning, but he's able to get there. And so now, once again, Southern Hills is runner second and third. That ball will be put into play, and I think that one's going to be out. Yep.
That's out at first. No score, despite a runner crossing to home plate. So no score will be added. For the Southern Hills Warriors, that's a big innings for them from the top of the third. They extend their advantage 7-2. And this Southern Hills team, they are on a roll. They have dominated this game, 2-1-4, holding the Giants to nothing at the bottom of the second. What can the Giants do to respond? This is their time now.
Well, and that was a big inning there for Southern Hills Warriors, and you know, they had the pitcher change into Oscar Mascalane, and Simmons was able to be the beneficiary of the 2-run home run that half inning, and then the Warriors tacked it on with a little bit of extra, you know, a couple 2-out hits that scored 2 additional runs and put up that the 4th spot there for them. So they've done well to score in every inning to this point. And if they continue to do that one, if they can throw another 0 up on the board, they might be on their way. Again, we've seen momentum can change. We've seen 7 spots to be able to do everything.
Simmons looks like he's going to be back on the mound, so they've changed back to Sam Simmons. And it will be Kobe Ebersberger that'll step up to the plate to start the bottom of the third. The Giants under pressure now. They trail 7-2 in this Intermediate League Grand Final. Yeah, what about that big hit from Big Sam Simmons? 2-run homer over center field.
Hey, Cookie, did you trade clubs so you could put on the Kelly Green like your son?
A little bit of banter there. He said one of the kids playing for the Oakland A's. And Cookie there talking about the switch to the teams.
Eben. That's how you say his name. Eben Raymond.
Evan Raymond. So now, Ebersberger, first up to the plate for the Giants. His team needing a big run here at the bottom of the third. They've got Takuta down at shortstop. And by second base, it looks like it is Raymond. And Linz at third. Cold strike for Ebersberger. What a great atmosphere. This is a true grand final feel. Great crowd, the big screen set up. Thanks to the team at FRS with a great setup. Ebersberger, good line drive towards right field. And he'll net himself a double. It's going to be close. Safe. Ebersberger safe at second.
Yeah, I think the throw in actually did a great job. So the center fielder there, Tander, did well to back up the right fielder. The right fielder, I think that one was Davies, went for it, didn't cut it off in time, so the ball was able to go all the way to the fence. Ebersberger rounded first, heading for second. But the tag there by Takuta was on the back side of the bag, so the runner able to get in safely because the tag went to the back side of the bag. So, and that's where we talk about the game being a game of inches. Wrong side of the bag puts you the difference between the runner being safe or out.
Brilliantly called, Guy. Right on the spot. Guy Belair alongside Paul Persick. And that's a high one there from Simmons, so 1-1 the count. Oh, and again goes high to Simmons. There have been a couple of hits to the body. That has resulted in an instant walk onto first. Player on second for the Giants. 2-1 the count. It's a good lead off to Ebersberger. That one's a pop-up.
So a little hit
Foul.
and run potentially put into play, or he might have been protecting his runner. But the tough part about that one is, and this is where I would like to see someone go talk to Simmons, you can't go into a leg raise that big. You do that one, and everybody on the base path should be running.
Harry Jenkins on the plate with Ebersberger on second. And that's a nice line drive, just fouled. Very, very close indeed. So strike count 2, ball count 2. The Giants still have all 3 outs up their sleeve as Jenkins again pops that high, and again it'll be fouled.
That'll be off the chain link fence above the first base dugout.
Jenkins, what can he dish up this time? Simmons, can he throw another good fast one here? And that one very close, but that now presents a full count.
Up and away there.
Pressure's on both teams, especially the Giants. And that's right down the middle, strike 3.
Strike him out, throw him out, double play.
Gone! Double play for Warriors. Brilliant throw from Grover from the catcher position. Right down to third, and Lynn got the tag right on time. Not what the Giants wanted, but a beautifully executed double play by Southern Hills. They are in command.
Now to bat, number 11, Kobe Skate.
Yeah, never make the third out. You don't want to make the third out at third base. Well, that wasn't the third one, but such a momentum killer there because Ebersberger did a good job of getting over to second. He had that base stolen until Harry had hit that foul ball, and I don't know if he was doing it to protect him a little bit or that one, but he was halfway down the line before that ball was even pitched. So he had that base easily stolen, but that one was a little bit more of a delayed steal. I don't know if he was trying to catch the Warriors off guard, like with the noise of the strikeout or something, but great throw there by Grover to Lynn in order to get the strike him out, throw him out, double play.
1-1 the count. Simmons to Scaife. And a high one there from Simmons. 2-1. Giants down to their last out. And that strike him out, throw him out, double play, a real momentum killer because they had a good wave.
Especially when you're trying to get back in the ballgame. You've just given up that 4 spot. You had, a double to start the inning. Wrestles that momentum back to your favor. And, if you're able to put that number up, maybe get a crooked number. But then all of a sudden, that double play just undoes everything you just gained. And now you're back to having a scratch claw, and how are we going to get 5 runs to tie this game?
Simmons with a full count. He's got the good morning, the good afternoon. Will he get the good evening? Gets it flied towards
that ball's going to land
field.
fair.
That's a fair ball this time. And Scaife will net himself a single.
And see, that's a tough one too, because right there with obviously with 2 outs, Ebersberger that one would have only been 1. But if you read that one well, you would have known right away that the left fielder wasn't going to make that play. So that's a run potentially right off the board right away. If you go back to that one, and now all of a sudden, that could have been a 4-run ball game. We're still looking at how do we chase that 5 when we've only scored 2.
If not for that double play.
Yep.
Richardson at the top of the order. Ground ball, fumble at third base, and that will allow Richardson to net himself a single as well. And that'll occupy first and second.
So again, one of the big things that we say, how do you wrestle momentum back to your favor? 2-out hits. 2-out hits are, hits are contagious. 2-out hits are definitely contagious. So you've seen that one. As long as you put that ball in play, make them make a play. So the more you can keep that line drive, ideally what Wanneroo is looking for, line drives, ground balls, and just hard contact.
Cold strike there for Kimber. You've got to especially get it through the hole at shortstop and third base if you hit it well enough.
Oh, I mean, that's a big one. You should have that same hole there between first and second, ideally. And then based on positioning of the outfielders, you've got big gaps in left and right center, and then you've got a little bit of a gap down each line. And they've done well on spacing all their hits out.
And that goes towards our commentary box, but lands back on the field. So 0-2 the count. Player on first, player on second for the Giants, but the Warriors looking to hold a clean sheet, so to speak, at the expense of the Giants. And that's a beautiful ground ball. That'll go towards shortstop, and just what the Giants have wanted. Bases are loaded. Again, like we said, those ground balls, so important for Wanneroo, especially no matter if it's between shortstop and third or first and second.
Yeah, there's two things that I would take notice of. Lynn looks to be playing very deep and wide. I would, as a third baseman there, I probably would be playing even with the bag if it was me. He looks to still be about 6 to 8 feet behind the bag. And Takuda is playing more up the middle. I've seen every hit that they've seen is into that gap, so I would almost take 2 steps to his right, 2-3 steps to his right, because we haven't seen Wanneroo go up the middle with their hits. We've seen him pull most of them, and he continues to play up that middle. And ideally, I think he's doing that one to try to keep that runner close, but with bases loaded, I would go into that gap a little bit more and cut it down.
1-1, strike for Simmons. Next up on the plate, Riley Lyons. They got some production from the top of the order. Scaife, Richardson, and Kimber occupying the bases as Lyons goes right down the line towards third. The Giants will score through Scaife, and they just chip away at the Warriors' advantage. Those line drive ground balls, again, is working in the Giants' favor, at least for the moment.
Yeah, and this is where I put it back to. I think Lynn's in the wrong position. I mean, the one kind of thing, and there he goes. He takes a step to his right. He should be playing a step and a dive off the bag, so that way he could get in front of that ball. If the ball's put into the gap, it's really to your left. That one's really more Takuda's play. But that's a ball Lynn should have stopped, but he was playing into that hole.
Again, that ground ball working wonders. No tag onto second, that's safe, and Richardson scores. That hit towards shortstop was still good enough for the Giants to score again. And
the tough part there is I think Takuda's just, he seems slow to be where is he going with the play. And I think he's got to know, like with that ball's got to go one, because with the runner leading off, he's already got a head start, and he's coming into that bag hard. That play has got to probably be made at one, but
it has to be made anywhere now. They've still got 2 outs, and bases are loaded.
Yeah, well, you've had bases loaded for 2 or 3 times, and this is why I say, Wanneroo, all of a sudden, they could have had a really big inning if Ebersberger didn't run himself into that out at third. But they've battled back, and they've gained the momentum here for what it is. And as I said, 2-out hits are contagious. They've been able to live it up here from this one. And again, put the ball in play, make them make the plays. And right now, Takuda's fielded the ball, but he hasn't made the play.
Southern Warriors need to make this play. It's a matter of urgency now for Southern Hills, because their lead is now down to 3. And that's a high one, almost at the head there. And that is 2-1 the count. Still got 2 outs. Cold strike for David Moss.
Hard to see that one go past, because that ball is it's a fastball, waist high outside corner.
Pressure on David Moss. And again, that one tipped over the roof, and that makes it 3.
Last night we had the car with the headlights on, and today you have the sun off of the windscreen there, so cameraman's got his work cut out for him out there in center field.
He's doing a great job. Cameraman on the outside by centre field.
Couple of
some
balls.
great shots.
Couple of balls on the field. I think we got a foul ball across from Diamond 2, or somebody decided to throw an extra one in. So hopefully Bailey's not getting blinded by the lights.
Bailey Harrington doing a great job on our centre field camera. David Moss again tips that one past the foul line. Pressure's still on. The Giants can feel it. The Warriors can feel it. And you said it's a game played in inches.
Oh, it is. But the one thing here is you know, the body language from the Warriors. They still have the lead, but their body language is hanging a little bit. You know, even that soft hit foul ball, nobody made a move to get to the spot.
And now we got a full count. That ball low and wide of the outside corner there.
Tell you what, you saw that knee-high fastball outside corner, rung him up in the his last at bat. If he doesn't go back to that pitch right now, I'd be surprised.
And a ground ball towards second base. Will we see a score? No, that's out. Out at first. And the score will remain at 7-4. That's a big out for the Warriors. They needed to make that play with urgency, and they did. But the Giants have made this one a contest.
Yeah, the Giants got back into the ball game, and they did it all with 2 outs. So, you know, credit to them. And that's the big thing is once it had gone to a 5-run lead, you're not getting the runs back on one swing of the bat. So you have to chip away. So they've done a good job about, you know, just chopping that deficit down. They got it back to a manageable 3. And it's not hard to all of a sudden get a couple runners on and get that big hit. We've seen a couple big hitters from them, and you know, just the same, if they're able to continue that, you know, they'll provide their own selves the opportunities. Now, being that they arrested that momentum back, they need to go out and they need to have that 1-2-3 inning right now. If they truly want to make this that ball game,
3 up and 3 down.
Don't let the Southern Hills Warriors put on a run. They've managed to do it every inning so far, so Wanneroo has to have that 0.
So they can get that 3 up, 3 down, those 3 outs in this innings. Then the momentum is again going the way of Wanneroo.
Yeah.
Now the Giants out on the field. They know what's ahead of them. Of course, they won the national title last year.
So we will have a pitching change.
That's another one. It looks like Riley Lyons will be on the mound for the first time. Riley Lyons warming up with those throws. Just a reminder, a little later on, at about midday, we've got an absolute cracker in Division 1, the grand final. It'll be an absolute beauty. The Phantoms, who booked the ticket into the grand final in a double extra inning thriller against the Warriors. And the Central Firebirds, who dominated the Coastal Bay Sharks yesterday and have earned a chance to go at title number 4.
I think the Phantoms have at least 2 under their belts. I think they got at least one before the Firebirds went on a run, and then I think they got one a year or 2 ago out here. And you know, you talked about an incredible catch from the diving catch from the shortstop yesterday. There was a young man that was playing for the Phantoms at the time and laid out in left field, going over his shoulder, and made a catch that saved the game. I think they were playing Northern Metros at the time, and Metros had bases loaded, and basically if the hit landed, it was Wanneroo walk-off. Instead, he laid out and made the catch, and it's probably one of the better catches that I've ever seen in Little League.
One that saved the game.
It ultimately did save the game, and they won.
That catch, especially the importance of the game as well. And now the Warriors at bat now with their deficit, their advantage cut to 3. And this is Jackson Tander at the plate, takes a cold strike. from Riley Lyons, who is on the mound for the first time in this game. Ground in great condition. Hesitated about going at that one-tander, but thought better of it. 1-1 the count. This time Lyons goes low. Tander pops it high.
It'll be out of play.
Be out of play. That's a foul. But that does present that foul strike and an opportunity for Lyons to start off the top of the fourth in strong fashion. Like you said, that three up and three down. 3 and out play is what the Giants need. Strike three. Tander's gone. Just the start Lyons wanted.
Oh,
Tander not too impressed.
Tander probably more upset with himself for swinging something about a foot above his head.
Absolutely.
Well, that's the start Wanneroo wanted. All important. You got to get that first guy out, and in order to do it, then you need to retire this side quickly. So
Grover for the Warriors as we head back to the top of the order. Very, very close, but that one just wide. The crowd continuing to file in. It's just unbelievable here today. Terrific atmosphere on this Monday morning. Oh, and that one very high. Grover felt a chance to duck at that one.
need to get somebody just there as long as they stand in front of the that sun glare. Don't move, batter.
Grover swings for the fences but comes up empty.
Get somebody backstages to go stand there and
good change from Lyons. Strike two.
This is what I like to see in terms of that, Lyons has got the change of pace and mixing stuff up, whereas the first two guys were pretty much power pitchers. And I think, I think that's where you have to know your opponents a lot of bit. I think a lot of Southern Hills and knowing who some of the, their older teams are, and I would assume from that one who those are a lot of times the coaches of those teams. They're going to be very good fastball hitting teams, and so I think you need to get a guy that changes pace and has a curveball, has a changeup, has those things. And if you do that,
he's gone.
You can start mixing up a few things, and you can see Andy Cook a little bit in disbelief because both of his hitters have chased balls well above their head as strike threes here, and when you're trying to not allow Wanneroo to have that momentum build in their favor, you need to have a base runner.
Takuda deceived by that changeup by Lyons.
No, I think that one was the curveball there on the outside corner. So I saw that one. Another one there.
Does it again. Solid pitching here by Lyons. Could we see 3 up and 3 down from this pitch?
He's gone 2 curveballs and he's made them swing over top of both of them. I would not change anything.
Well, that's a solid line ball. And Takuda, he's out. So 3 up and 3 down for the Giants, just what they were after. And now it's time for them. They can capitalize with the bat. 7-4 the Warriors lead. How about the pitching form of Riley Lyons at the top of the 4th?
Yeah, and I think that's the big ticket, and that's probably how I would attack this Southern Hills team is I would use the guys that have the change of pace stuff, because I watching them and seeing how they went about it those first 3 innings, they are a very good fastball hitting team, and so you brought somebody in that has the change of pace, that has the curveball, and if you're doing that one, you might be able to shut them down the rest of the way. But we'll get to see how how Simmons responds there. He's got had a little bit of extra work that last inning. We'll see how the short rest affects him, so that he's able to come back out and get after it.
And the crowd really feeling the noise, enjoying the music here as part of this grand final day. Doesn't get any better than this.
Fans getting into it. See if we can get that shot from center field back in.
Oh, this is awfully good. 7-4 at the bottom of the bottom of the fourth. The crowd enjoying it out there. A little bit of YMCA going on here.
Yeah, announcer trying to get the umpires involved. As usual, they're having none of it.
Simply an outstanding atmosphere here today. The sun's broken out. And now it'll be Benjamin stepping up to the plate next for Wanneroo, the home side, playing on their home ballpark in this grand final.
You know, if it was Lou Bonomi or Gary Arnell, they probably would have been dancing along. Brett maybe, Brett Robinson, but a few of them just don't get into it.
Would you have danced to that?
No comment.
Here we go, Simmons to Benjamin now. Benjamin went for it. That was a good pitch to swing at that one, but just got the wrong end of it.
Probably would have depended where I am in the game.
But would it preferred if your side was
10,
leading?
Up 10, yeah, you probably get into it, but you got to be careful because then people think you're not into the game. down 10, you're definitely not doing it because then you got to get you. That ball's going to be hard hit right down the left field line. Thinking 2 out the box. Oh, it's going to be. And that's the bigger part. If he hits his cutoff, it allows the second baseman to be able to stay on the bag, and then potentially that, Benjamin is out because as a hard a hit, you got to think double out the box, but he was slow rounding the bag and took the wide turn, and but with the throw not hitting a cut and being offline just a little bit, that ball into the gap in right center will be cut down by Tender.
Brilliant
Tender has a
catch by
great
Tender.
throw to third.
Double.
And that's another
Double play
catch
for
him,
the
throw him out,
Warriors.
play at third. Giants just running themselves into outs. I mean, did a good job. I thought it was deep enough, but Tender with just a great throw over to third and had him beat by 4 or 5 steps.
Absolutely. It's those moments in the game that could be a big difference, especially in a grand final. Tender has produced something special. A catch him out and then throw him out from Tender. Magnificent double play. Simmons just changes it up there, but a little high there for Masculine. Could we see 3 up and 3 down this time in the Warriors' favor?
And if Simmons is able to get that quick out right here, that should be a called strike, and it is. Fastball in the outside corner. If he's able to get that 3 up, 3 down inning, that brings all that momentum right back to Southern Hills.
1-1 the count, 2 outs. It's a ground ball towards first,
flip
doesn't
it.
get all of it, and he's gone. 3 up and 3 down, and that puts the momentum back in the Warriors' favor.
That's a good play there by Simmons. It's one of those that I love to see how he did his PFP right there. That's the one, stay with it, roll with it, and underhand flip right to the bag for the out. You don't have to go for the tag, so good job by the young man. 3 up, 3 down inning, arrests that momentum back to them. Southern Hills now needs to get a base runner on, just slow it down a little bit. Not necessarily slowing down the game, but just, hey, put yourself back into control a little bit, have that base runner. Again, Wanneroo wants that 3 up, 3 down again. we'll see how Lyons is able to attack the hitters and see if he's able to keep them off balance with the off-speed pitches.
We go to the top of the 5th. Was this a 7-inning matchup? 3 to go. Warriors, you would say at the top of the 3rd, almost just about had one hand on the championship. But credit to the Giants, they're still in the game, but that was a big chance at the bottom of the 4th, gone begging. Caught out, then thrown out in the double play. Tander, Jackson Tander, that could be the play that steers the Warriors in a position to firmly control the game and pull away.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly, when you talk about moments, you're looking for things. What are game-changing plays? And that one, from a momentum perspective, from taking back control of the game, you know, Wanneroo probably had the momentum swung to their favor. They'd gotten the 2 runs to bring it back to within striking distance. They got the 3 up, 3 down right away to get back into the field. And then, you know, all of a sudden you have a huge leadoff double. Again, 2nd inning in a row with that leadoff double. But, again, both times runner gunned down at 3rd. So that's you talk about momentum-changing plays. That was a great one there for Tender. You know, when you look at that one, I think Tender's the last hitter in the lineup for the Warriors. So don't always get it done with the bat, but when you're getting things done with the glove and the arm, that's why, you know, when we talk about it, all of a sudden, if you struggle with the bat, you have to be perfect in the field. And if you're that, then I'm finding that place for you, and hopefully we can get you swinging the bat some days. But, you know, you just as a pitcher may not always be on. We've seen it with the 2 Wanneroo guys that started the games. They were throwing well, but sometimes when you're those fastball-only guys, you come up against a good fastball hitting team, you got to have something else in your repertoire. What else are you going to go to? So that's where we've seen Lyons come in, and he was able to hold them off balance last half inning. I kind of expect that one to still be the case, but we'll see how effectively he works. But, you know, when something's not working, what adjustments are you making? And what are you doing right to help your cause?
Lyons will stay on the mound, as he said. He did affect strong 3 up, 3 down play, a couple of strikeouts. What will he do this time to try and just stall the momentum of the Warriors, who had a huge double play to end the bottom of the 4th, as Vincent batting at the 3 position. Lachlan Vincent, left-hander, just ducks out of the way there. Will be called a ball. Vincent with a good drive towards left field, fumbled at left field, and Vincent will put on the accelerator and net himself a double. That was brilliantly timed, a line drive towards left field. And just the fumble there by Jenkins it was. He put on the big strides. He made a brilliant effort to get to it, but just fumbled off his glove.
Here's the man that's been good all day. Can we move those fences back? The big fella, big hitting, the big pitcher. Doing it all today.
Like we said earlier, Guy, this team not short of big hitters. Here's Big Sam Simmons, who hit a 2-run homer at his last at-bat. Can he do it again? Oh, swung for the fences, but came up empty. Strike 1. He's expecting to go at it. He's a powerful hitter. Lyons, what can he do? Will he change it up? With his team down at 7-4, but by no means out of the contest. That one a little closer to the body on the inside corner. Player on second, that's Vincent. Could he get a good lead off maybe into 3rd if the pitch is a little awkward? Lyons keeping Vincent honest. Strike 2. Big pitch coming up here. Can Lyons enforce a first out? He's been magnificent on the mound. That one a bit low. Will Vincent scamper up to 30? Picks it off nicely. And looks like O'Sullivan just wore a little bit there on the hand. And the coach Scott Bryce, and assistant coach Fraser Bryce, of the Wanneroo Giants. We'll just be checking on him a little bit. And it got him right on the hand there. Just joining us for the first time, the scoreline 7-4 at the top of the fifth. Southern Hills Warriors with what looked like a commanding lead after the top of the third. The Giants back in it, having scored 2 in the first, and then a big run of 2 in the third inning. But they were held to nothing after a strong 3 up and 3 down play, thanks to Tander with a catch him out and throw him out as O'Sullivan gets a good round of applause. Just shaking that pain off and getting on with the job. And Sam Simmons will continue. O'Sullivan will be feeling a couple of those, but he is as tough as they come. 2-2 is the count, as Simmons will step back into the plate. See if he can capitalise on what was a really good start. His first at-bat, 2-run homer. The field very well spread. Centre field, almost close to the fence. Looking for a miss hit. Again goes low. And O'Sullivan having to go around the umpire there. Going to turn 180 degrees. Full count now. Player on third. Bases 1 and 2 vacant. Vincent looking to get a good lead off from third. That one's high. And Simmons will start walking. That's a walk off to first. And players will now occupy first and third. Reese Wharton is next up onto the plate. Lines now. What can he dish up to Wharton? Here comes Simmons, putting on the turbo as he steals second. Players now on second and third. Wharton up to the plate now. Can the Giants make some big plays, or will the Warriors pull away? Cold strike for Wharton. Right 3. Wharton's gone. And again, Lions with a solid change-up. Riley looking very solid on the mound. That's his third strikeout of this match. And Raymond is next up. He too can be a big hitter at times. Warriors will look to get some more production out of their middle order. And Raymond looking for that bunt. His intentions were clear.
Yeah, with that runner second and third, you're looking to get that one down. Now the runner on third has to read where the bunt goes, because you can trail that third baseman all the way down the line and probably not be thrown out. So if I'm the batter, I'm trying to get that ball down first baseline to prevent the play from being at the plate.
1-1 the count. Takes a swing at it, does Raymond.
And that'll probably eliminate the bunt now, take the bunt out of the equation.
He's really got to go at it now, Raymond. That one low. Will we see a scamper to home? No, Vincent was thinking the same.
Yeah, that was a bad read by Vincent. I don't think he saw that it got as far away as he did, or he was checking to see the bounce off of, how well did it rebound, because we've seen the couple rebound all the way back to the catchers. But that one got far enough away that was probably a bad read, but the moment you hesitate, don't go.
Raymond, ground ball towards third, looking to go to home. That throws over the catcher's head as Vincent scores. Oh, that was it the right throw to go to? They could have prevented the score.
Yeah, I think you're seeing a little bit of emotion there from Riley, and I don't, the one kind of thing is you can't get mad at your teammates. I mean, he was making the play. I think it was the right play because, unfortunately, you're probably at a point in the game where you don't want the runs to score. So he did go for the play at the plate. Unfortunately, sometimes Young corked that throw, and that's the thing is when you practice those ones, that throw has to be on the knee because it's got to be a tag play. So his aiming point was off, and when he released it high, it wasn't going anywhere. That's going to be a foul ball.
Well, Trainer's intentions were good. He did go for that bunt. He kept the head low, but just bounced the wrong way.
See, that's the thing is you're supposed to keep the bat head up, not low. So he did get the bunt down, but it went pretty much right down. Had a lot of English on it because he was moving the bat.
8-4. The Warriors lead now. 0-1 the count. And again goes for
much better.
Much better bunt. Will they get the tag first to third? No, Lyons was all over the place.
That's the right thing. And I know Lyons is going to be upset with himself, but he actually faked the throw to first and had the opportunity to get it. But because your third baseman is crashing, the shortstop has to go cover third. If the shortstop covers third there, because the runners are already second and third, if he covers third, you probably have an out. But nobody covered the bag, and he had to eat the baseball. And he did the right thing in terms of don't make an error, don't force a play that's not there.
Problem is bases are loaded now, and they have a chance to scamper any one of them, scamper off to home, in particular Simmons at third.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a bunt again. I think if I was Andy Cook, I would put it down, because, again, I would make Wanneroo make a play. I don't know that they're ready to, but the play in this instance has got to be at 4. You got to cut down that lead runner.
Going low, 2-0 the count.
So you have two options. Corners should be playing in to go 4 back to 1. And the middle infielders have to be playing for a double play. You're looking for the ground ball, but you have to get the double play out of it in this situation to get out of the inning.
2-0 the count. Aiden Lynn on the plate. Really going for it. That's a good hit towards center field. And at second base, a great catch taken by Kimber.
And so Kimber made the catch, but he wasn't looking for that. He looked for it right at second. But the next play was actually over at third because the runner had broken. Was able to get back in time. But, okay, you've got your out. Still no damage done. So now any base becomes an out situation.
That's right.
So, Lyons is still got to be looking for the ground ball to get yourself out of the inning.
Tom Oliver now facing Lyons. Changes it up.
Good breaking ball. Just misses wide. Looks like he has a good feel for it. Maybe not necessarily everywhere where it's going, but has a little bit of 1 to 7 action. So it's gonna leave the zone a little bit more. So it's one where if he could get a little bit more 12 to 6, you'd see it probably stay in the strike zone, or he has to have it start a little bit more at the hitter so it doesn't cross and go past the plate.
This time going low, so that's a 3-0 count. Riley getting some encouragement from his teammates and the crowd. That one again going wide, and Oliver will get a walk-off to first, and a score will be allowed for the Warriors. Simmons crosses home.
Yeah, a little RBI walk, and we'll probably go see Fraser Bryce go out and talk to Riley Lyons here.
And that extends the Warriors' advantage, 9-4 at the top of the 5th. Giants trying to stall the Warriors' momentum, but I'm afraid it hasn't worked.
Well, at this point, you can't, that lead's been pushed back out to the 5. So they've gotten the 2 runs back that Wanneroo had gotten there at the bottom of the 3rd. And that's where I said Southern Hills needed that in order to arrest the momentum back to their favor. So they've gotten what they needed, and they still have an opportunity to break it open the floodgates here. So right now they're chipping away at that dam. They're trying to get the trickle that's coming through to open up and let loose the torrent of water here. And if they can get that 2-out base hit, I think it will happen because with any base hit, probably scores at least 2, if not more. Oliver has a ton of speed over at first, so, depending on where it goes, it could be one of those base clearing hits.
Still 2 outs as Woods steps up to the plate. Batting at the 10 position. Swings and misses. Strike 1.
So Woods went after that fastball, and that's once again, I would know the hitters here. I would sit and say, okay, he's gone after that fastball. I'd be throwing a curve right now.
Ooh, very close.
Fastball was letter high. Umpire's shown a propensity not to call that one, but I think that's pretty unfair. I thought that was a pretty good pitch.
Again going low.
Yeah, went for that curveball, just over pronated on that one and held onto that ball a little bit too long.
Strike 2, bit of a later call. 2-2.
Apparently these Wanneroo catchers like to think 2 strikes are the end of innings here. I'm seeing a curveball at the knees.
This time it's wide.
He needed the curveball at the knees.
He needed to. So full count.
The runners will be in motion on the pitch.
But if it's a strike, it all comes to nothing. Runner in motion, and that is Raymond who scores. And again, the bases continue to be loaded for the Warriors. 10-4.
As we hear the PA announcer say, when things are going your way, you're getting that production from all spots of the lineup, and I'm pretty sure Southern Hills Warriors have had that all day.
It's popped up, it's high, but that's a foul.
And that was, I think it wasn't Woods. Woods was our last hitter.
That was Davies, Jaden Davies.
Jaden Davies going after it right away. Davies been the right fielder for the most of the game.
Davies again pops that one over the foul line.
And so this again is where I think Lyons is young and hasn't learned yet, but you've had a guy be aggressive after both fastballs, so you know he's going to be an aggressive hitter. Throw the changeup, throw the curve. He should be out in front of it. Just can't get him to chase it. That's a really good pitch, and I know he might be frustrated with himself, but that's a really good waste pitch. And if you talk about you're working your spots, you're working your zones, there's nothing to be disappointed with that. And there was the curveball, but again, because I said the angle, he's still learning it, it's drifting too far on him, so he doesn't have the full late bite on it. It's got the big looping bite.
Davies pops that one high. Who's underneath it? It's the player at first, that being William David Moss. He takes the catch, and that stops the bleeding for the Giants. 10-4 the advantage as we go to the bottom of the 5th. Now the Giants, the pressure is well on them. They trail by 6. 10-4, the advantage in favour of the Southern Hills Warriors. If you're just joining us, this is the Intermediate League Grand Final. Now the Giants facing the pressure. They will have Jared Gibson stepping up to the plate first. We're at the bottom of the 5th. Throws a high one. A ball first up. Low this time. 2-0 the count. Ooh, got one ground ball in the infield. And that will be an easy out at first.
That's one of those unlucky, check swings. You didn't like it, but you couldn't stop your momentum in time, and then nothing on it. And unfortunately for Gibson, an easy out to start the half inning. So Wanneroo chasing 6 runs here with running out of outs with only 8 to go here. Got to start making the most of their opportunities.
Ebersberger at the plate, facing Simmons. Just shuffled forward there, did Ebersberger, but doesn't take a swing at it. Ebersberger went for the swing, but didn't get all of it. Immediate foul, 1-1 the count. Nice change up, but outside corner.
Ebersberger, the last time he was up at the plate, was able to smack that one into right center field into the gap for the double. Gonna be needing to do much of the same right now just to get his team started, get a little bit of life and energy back in his dugout.
Ebersberger with a nice fly ball to center field. That's going, and caught by Tander. Second great catch on the fence.
Tander robbed a home run. If he missed that, I'm pretty sure that ball, his arm swung over the fence, and based on he caught that at the top of the height, and then his momentum still carried him across that fence. So I think that would have been a home run. So Tander has a catch with a throw him out double play. Just robbed a home run on the fence line here. He's having a heck of a day in the field in center field there.
Absolutely. Jackson Tander has been absolutely magnificent. Like you said, Guy, he's pretty much taken the game right out of the Giants with those 2 plays.
Yeah, and, that's one of those that if Ebersberger hits that home run there, all of a sudden that breathes life and fire into the Wanneroo dugout. And now their heads are hanging a little bit because it's just, where is it going to come from? We have to score 6 runs. We only have 4 on the day.
Who's going to get that production?
Who's doing it? And, that comes back to, when you've gotten the guys on base to run yourself into those outs, it's a dangerous combination. But
it's again popped up high.
Should
out
stay in
towards
play.
first.
Just out of play.
Just over the Giants dugout there. So 1 and 2 with 2 outs. Dare I say it, the Warriors have all but got one hand on that Intermediate League Championship.
Still a little early to tell. If it was a 6-inning ball game, maybe, but the 7-inning ball game, there's still enough time to. You might have to make that pitching change. You might have to do something you don't want to.
2 and 2 the count now. Giants still down to their last out. Jenkins hits towards third base. And he's gone. 3 outs. And the Warriors again assert their momentum.
Good play there by Lynn to range to his left, field it onto the 2-hop and make a nice strong throw. Almost left it a little bit short. Had to have a big stretch there by Woods, but able to get that third and final out. And sometimes that's the hardest out to get in innings. You know, we always talk about it. You got to get that first one and you got to get that last one, because we saw sometimes it's hard to get that first out. And as Wanneroo had, I think they got 2 runs there in the bottom of the third. Everything was done with the 2 outs. So good job by the Warriors to complete that inning. And I can just look over at the dugout and see Simmons is talking with Andy Cook, and
that may sense a pitching change, you would think.
Might be getting pretty close to it, just depending on what it is, or it might be the last things, and make sure you're finishing through, because you've only got a few more. We really need you to go as long as you can. So a little bit of talking about how you're feeling, what's going on over there, and sometimes from a Wanneroo standpoint, you're like, man, can we just get Simmons off the mound? If we can get him off the mound, we feel like we've given ourselves a chance. And, he's kind of flummoxed them for the most part of the day, with the exception of I think he really only ran into trouble in that 3rd inning. I know he gave up 2 in the first, but I never felt like he was out of control of the game there. But, yeah. We'll see if Simmons comes back on for another, and Tander gets a chance to lead off here in the top of the 6th inning, and man, the day that he's had in the field, if he's able to follow it up with something with the bat, that just kind of makes the day here. So we start looking at players of the games and different things. Obviously I think Simmons has had a fine day on the mound. I think he's pitched well, but I think Tander has had 2 game-changing defensive plays.
You'd have to put him in consideration, no doubt.
That I think he's at least given himself, and if he can pull out that big base hit, I think it certainly starts giving him some favoritism for that pick.
Man, with that catch him out, throw him out play, and then running back alongside the fence, and then pulls in an absolute blinder. And Tander will lead it off. If he can put in a power hit and get himself a homer, then that would just complete it all.
I think the important part is you're a leadoff hitter in this instance, so you just need to get on base. But I'd be looking if he has a home run that kind of can set the tone for the day. But I'd be looking, can he find a gap? And it looks, I definitely know he's got some speed. So if he's able to just get it over the infield and get that double, I think that kind of starts and can start being a nail in the coffin, so to speak.
Now Tander steps up to the plate. It is the top of the 6th. The Warriors all but have one hand on the pennant.
All right, just got past some moments that I think O'Sullivan is going to be pulled from the game. We saw him get hit in that, get that hand hit off that foul ball. So I think he'll be removed from the lineup. So because you bat through it, it'll compress the lineup. I don't think it becomes an auto out because it's an injury versus being pulled from the game.
Yes.
But that'll shorten things up for how Warner goes. But
how
Tander,
about that hit from Tander? That's way back. It's out of here. Oh, Tander's having the match of his life. What a ripping homer straight down the guts past center field.
Chicks dig the long ball, that long blonde flowing hair, the big smile. Man, what a game there from Tander. That's an exclamation point. We talked about it. I said if he can get the big hit, put the nail in the coffin right here, and that does just that.
What did I say, Guy? What did I say? Tander, if he gets that homer, that's the nail in the coffin. He's just done it. Grover now at the plate.
It certainly makes Wanneroo's life a lot harder, but two big blasts there. A 2-run home run by Simmons, so helping his own cause on the mound, but a big blast, solo blast there by Tander, way out into left center, and two momentum-changing defensive plays and a momentum-changing home run. Tander and Sullivan definitely leading the way, or Tander and Simmons leading the way right now.
I'm going to put the foot down right now. Jackson Tander, he's my player of the game. Enough said. That's it. I'm putting the foot down. Just the way he's played out on the field and then backs it up with that home run. Put away the glasses. 2-2 the count now as Grover is now at the plate. Two and two the count. 11-4. Grover just gets that one fouled. Still 2-2. Still a bit of cloud cover starting to return here, but and also light breeze blowing across the ballpark here. High one there, just on the eye line. Full count now. Straight down the middle, strike three, he's gone. Next up, Takuda.
One out brings up to bat 27, Enzo Takuda.
Takuda looking to continue the onslaught. Takes a cold strike. This time a little wide. A little low this time, 3-1 the count. All bases vacant at the moment. Takuda could he get a walk onto first. Straight down the middle for lines, much better. Cold strike, full count, still one out. Lower this time, and Takuda will get a walk onto first. 11-4 at the top of the sixth.
Now to bat the speedy left-hander, number 42.
Vincent now. Lachlan Vincent making his way out to the plate, the left-hander. It's right-hander versus left-hander. And swing and a miss. Strike one. It was a high one there. We saw a couple of the players swing on those high fastballs there.
Yeah, they all seem to be susceptible to chasing that high fastball.
And it looks like
Lions tried to
Takuda
get him to go again, but I think that one was well out. Almost maybe an afterthought of a design pitch out, but
Takuda chasing after second, and he manages another steal. 1-1. Swings for the fences, but to no avail for Vincent. Strike two. Just past 11 o'clock here in Perth on this Monday morning, Easter long weekend. 1-2 the count for Vincent. And that one goes past the catcher. Takuda will sneak up to third. The count will be at 2-2. Vincent, ground ball, fumbled by Lyons. It's going to be close. He's out. Takuda still scores, however.
Hard hit ball that I think went off the back end of Lyons and bounded over to Kimber over at shortstop. Kimber able to stay with it and make a play. Good job there, but I think that plated another run there for the Warriors. So lead now out to 8, and Giants getting quieter by the moment.
Simmons swings and misses. Strike one. Lions, only 4 strikeouts in the game. He's got 9 first pitch strikes. He's going to make that 10.
Of course, into his done 2 2/3 so far in this ball game. I think Wanneroo's starting pitcher managed to go 2 innings and gave up 3 runs. Their second pitcher only went to 1 inning and gave up 4. And then Lyons has come on, done 2 2/3 so far, but given up 5 to this point.
The breeze starts to pick up here at Meadowton Park Monday morning.
You know, and none of them have thrown poorly. You know, you sit there and you go, oh, they will each have given up 3+ runs, and that's a hard combination. And just they haven't thrown poorly. Just Southern Hills have had the timely hits.
No, you're absolutely right. Southern Hills Warriors have had a lot of hits, especially those big home runs.
Well, yeah, they've had the two home runs, and you know, there's been a lot of balls down the lines. You know, several doubles for both teams, and Lyons was an emotional pitcher as he took them out. You know, he did get the 1-0 spot, but then was beneficiary of a couple of errors or plays not being made, and
full count this time.
You know, one of the things that I talk about in terms of when you're pitching, you can only worry about what you can control. The only thing you can control is throwing strikes. I mean, obviously sometimes that's susceptible to the umpire calling them or not, but then you have to find the zone. So you can only control what you can control.
Finds it this time, and that is 3 outs. 12-4 now in favor of the Warriors as we go to the bottom of the 6th.
Because I don't think it was his undoing, but you know, because he was an emotional guy. You know, catchers, they're all a little bit crazy. So obviously he was a catcher first, and you know, he had those couple moments when the plays weren't made. You know, those couple of bunts that got down, nobody made a play. The throw to home was the correct throw. It just wasn't. It was executed poorly, and he let his emotions throw. And sometimes you do that one, and it can turn your teammates off because they think you're upset with them or whatever. And rightfully, maybe you are because plays aren't made, but those are the ones you can't let your emotions run away because you need your teammates to make the plays behind you. So
absolutely.
You know, so we've seen 3 guys. None of them have thrown poorly, but they've just
not making their plays.
Just you know, Wanneroo hasn't been as fundamentally sound as they have been in years prior. And Simmons, you know, throwing a heck of a game here and coming on for his 6th inning of work, and he's given up 4 runs, and sometimes you might say you struggle on that one, and especially as it. You know, the second batch of 2 almost got them back into the ball game. You were like, okay, how long is he going? But he was able to settle down and get the quick inning. He's then, worked two scoreless innings here back to back here, and this is where I say I think he's got at least 1 more. We might try to find out where he's at pitch count wise, just to see how much more he has left in him.
He must be getting close, you would say.
Olivia.
What's the pitch count?
What's his?
19, we've just been told.
No, I think 90. 90 would make more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot more than 19
Yeah,
pitches,
90.
So I think for this age group, it's 105, I think. So this probably is his last inning, depending on how he goes.
Right down the middle, cold strike.
And that may have been what Andy Cook was talking about, saying, coming on, I really need you to follow through. I need, you got to be on top of it. Because you only have about 15 to work with here. So,
but nonetheless, it's been a hell of a game from Sam Simmons. Thrown some great strikes, 2 scoreless innings back to back. Will he make it 3? And that's a little low there. 2-1 the count. Don't forget, a little later on, we have the Phantoms and the Firebirds in the Division 1 Grand Final, the main event. And what a cracker that is going to be. Skate goes towards second, and it'll be fielded there by Woods at first. And that is 1 out down.
I think he got that one on 4 pitches. 5 actually. He's sitting about 95 now, so you'll want to try to get a really quick out here. So you don't want to throw something straight down the middle, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's as close to that one as possible.
And trying to split the middle.
Big swing and a miss there from Richardson. And that's the other difference. When you're chasing those 8 runs, you don't want to see the monster swings. You want to see the contact baseball, because again, you're not getting it all in one.
Straight down the middle again for Simmons. Richardson swinging for the fences. But coming up empty, 2 strikes. Richardson, fly ball towards right field. And Raymond
safely in the
safely at first is Richardson. Kimber now making his way to the plate. And it looks like Simmons is having a chat with the coach. He's shaking his hands. He's done for the day. But what a game he has played, and getting a well-deserved round of applause from the crowd here today. Just his numbers tell the story. I mean, when you look at it, 3 strikeouts, but 14 first pitch strikes. That is brilliant. He's made an immense impact. And now it looks like it's going to be, I think, that's number 42 in Vincent. Vincent stepping up to the mound with the Warriors leading 12-4. They've got 1 out already inflicted. The Giants, I have to say, the nails already in the coffin as far as getting back into the game. The Warriors, I have to say, have nearly got both hands on the title. And looks like Vincent is a left-hander. changes will we see for core fielders for the Warriors? See the 3 outfielders having a talk amongst themselves, and the 4 infielders also having a chat as the breeze picks up here. Seeing some of his warm-up pitches here, Guy Vincent does have a more wide action. It gets it a little more side on. So we'll have a look here.
Yeah, a little bit of 3/4 action, not quite a side armor.
Play about to get back underway now. Atkinson will be pitching to Kimber. Right down the middle, a cold strike. At the bottom of the 6th, still on 1 out. Richardson looking to sneak up to second. And a fumble from the catcher sees Richardson easily steal second.
And again, up 8, you're not really worried about the base runner right now. Just attack the hitter. Make sure you're trying to get the out.
Going towards the body this time.
So that'll be the bigger part for Grover, is he's got to stay still behind the plate. You know, he's jumping up to, you know, go after a runner, but he doesn't matter. You're up 8.
Two and two. 2-2 the count now. Vincent, could he get an important strikeout at his first attempt on the mound? Almost caught behind there.
Yeah, I think he wore it right in the gut.
But he's got that protector.
That didn't do much protecting on that one, especially when it flips up.
Yes. Watch out for Richardson.
He needs to step and throw. He's not going to do it in time. Yep. And see, this is the bigger part of those things is you know, the beginning part of that at bat, he was worrying more about that runner being on second. And when you do that one, you open the door, because that runner on second doesn't matter. You needed to make sure you caught that ball or stopped it. And the moment it bounced away, you needed to bounce up, because it was 2 strikes. He's running.
Vincent now will be facing Riley Lyons. Right down the middle, looking to pick off second. But I have to say, Raymond could have stayed on second and enforced a tag and get it 2 outs. But the problem is, Richardson is still on third and could scamper home.
No, it was a design pickoff, so that one was designed to be cut off, and they were trying to see if the runner would go home.
Lyons, beautiful hit to center field. Tander nets it, but Richardson will score, and players will still occupy first and third. But that gives the Giants something to cheer. 12-5 now. McDonald now is at the plate, wearing the number 7. And looks like we'll have another pick-off for second base. Lyons this time, sneaking up to second.
Yeah, right now that one's defensive indifference, so no stolen base. So.
Right down the middle from Vincent, cold strike.
Big thing, Southern Hills needs to be ready. They need to know where they're going. So plays at 1. They need to look a runner back and fire over, get that out. Grover's got to block everything in the dirt. Can't let any more past him because, again, now with the 2 strikes, you can't let this guy reach base.
Kimber eagerly awaiting the leadoff from third. Right down the middle. Strike 3. McDonald's gone. 2 outs now. William David Moss, who's now stepping up to the plate.
David Moss has got a little bit of pop in his bat. I know we got to see, a home run hit well foul. That's where I turned to you and just said it's just a long strike. Southern Hills taking away the lines right now. Not wanting any big hits.
Especially now that they're down to their last out. Swing and a miss. Vincent right down the middle, strike 2. And that one,
good job of
back on the field.
Staying alive. He's saw the previous at bat that strike 3 was called on that outside corner. So again, doesn't have to like the pitch. He's just fighting it off till he gets one he does like.
Strike 3. And that is 3 outs. Vincent pitching very solidly in his first attempt at the mount. And now we go to the top of the 7th. And the Warriors all but got both hands on the trophy. They lead at 12-5. I'd have to say, looking at this game in retrospect, when we look back on how this game was won, when you look at the Warriors, they got production everywhere.
Yeah, they've had it throughout the lineup. I mean, and your what I'm trying to look, 12-hole hitter hits a home run. Your 4-hole hitter hits a home run. Yeah, you're having a pretty good day.
Looks like it is Jenkins that will be on the mound. So another pitching change.
Jenkins' family buses arrived today. They're all sitting behind 11-10. 25 Jenkins.
That'll be about the 4th or 5th pitching change for the Giants today.
Yeah, it'll be the 4th pitching change for them. So we saw, started the game, it was William David Moss, the left-hander, and then went into, as the guy next to me said, the big O, but I believe it was Owen Mascaline, and then into Riley Lines, and then now it looks like we got Harry Jenkins. Of course, the Wanneroo lineup has been shortened by 1. I think our last out there was David Moss. So in the bottom of the 7th for the Giants, we'll have Bensman. O'Sullivan has been removed from the game, so it'll be Bensman, Mascaline, and Gibson coming up for the Giants, and that'll be kind of the their last chance highway for them. If they're gonna make a comeback, they got to find a way to plate to get out of this inning without giving up any more damage, and then find a way to plate 7 runs to tie and 8 to win.
Top of the 7th, if you're just joining us. It is Reece Wharton that will be stepping up to the plate for the Warriors, knowing that his side are only just 1 innings away, possibly, from a triumph. Wharton just tips that one foul.
You know, it's kind of interesting. We've had the overcast day to start it, and the sun's broken out, and it's gone overcast again. The sun's broken out. In my head, I laughingly go, you know, what happens when the rain never comes? You know, I know we move the games forward in anticipation of it now. I think it's supposed to land at about 2 o'clock, but one of those that.
Look, according to the forecast I have in front of me, it is set to hit now at about 3 o'clock, so there's a 90% chance. At about 3 o'clock,
and that's again. Originally, I thought I saw 2 o'clock here earlier, so which would have been right about the time that Little League one's scheduled to end. So
2-1 the count now. Jenkins going low.
I just always laugh because when you adjust the plans, then it never happens. But if you didn't adjust them, it would have rained down buckets. You know.
Yeah. Oh, almost on the body there. Almost gave Wharton something to think about. And that is ball 4. Wharton is walking. Walk off to first base. And now coming up, Evan Raymond. At the top of the 7th now. Unbelievable crowd we have here today. Hopefully the crowd will stick around on the main diamond for the Division 1 Grand Final. That happens later on. One. 1-0 now. And Raymond just hits that one foul. Down the line towards third. Pick off first is Jenkins, but first is safe. Two and one now.
That key to Wanneroo, they needed to have that scoreless inning. They needed to try to prevent any base runners.
Raymond, ground ball towards second. Safe at second, safe at first.
Yeah, just you can't wait on that ball. You have to attack it, especially the shorter base pass. You know, the Little League being 60 feet, this IL one being 70 feet. You can't wait for the ball to come to you. You have to go attack the baseball, and that's been the biggest difference here for I think. Both where we've seen Wanneroo struggle and where we've seen the Southern Hills struggle, especially that bottom of the 3rd inning, both of them have been the shortstops. Shortstops playing the balls deep in the hole or deep in positions. They both need to attack and know where they're going immediately. And the hesitation and not knowing has resulted in safe calls being made all the way around for both sides.
Late dip there, but that's still a 2-0 count. Wharton on second, Raymond on first. Looking for a lead off from second is Wharton. Gets the lead off to third. Does Wharton. That's a good steal. Players on first and now third. 2-1 the count. Almost let that one slip past, but just bobbled out of Richardson's glove. 3-1. Trainer straight down the guts, and that'll be out at second.
No,
and a home run. Wharton. Wharton's gone.
Be out at second. He's out at second.
He's out at second.
Well, you know, he's now going to be safe on third. I would sit there. He should be out on the transfer. So I would come. I think you got to call time. Yes, we're going to see Bryce call time here and go,
Yep.
Hey, he was initially called out. I believe that was on the transfer. Can we just ask?
Yep.
And then you're going to have the two black shirts come together. And ideally you have it, the conversations, what did you see? They talk through it and say, all right, well, was he out and then it was on a transfer because he stepped off the bag, which is what did happen. Yep, good call.
Yep,
good
that's
call.
out.
And rightfully so. I know Andy's going to come here and ask the question, but the question's going to be saying what was asked. Well, he was out. He stepped off the bag, so it was on a transfer.
Coach of the Warriors, Andy Cook, is conferring with the umpire. But it's just been confirmed. Raymond, he is out. On second, out of transfer, as he said. Good call by the umpire. So that's one out. And now coming in, Aiden Lynn. And Trainer looking to pick off second. Looked pretty close, but just a little fumble just on the front side of the bag. Lake Corbett safe. So player at second now. Bit astounded at something.
Oh, just, two sets of umpires and neither one of them want to set the bag.
2-0 is the count. Just keeping Trainer at second honest. Lynn,
big
live
hit.
ball. That's a big
That
hit.
is gone.
That's way back, and it's gone. That's a big homer, Aiden Lynn. Adds 2 to the score. What a big hit down to left field. And Lynn has put that one out and extended the Warriors' advantage to double digits.
Touch them all, Aiden Lynn. Big blast there to left field. So, you've had a home run today from the 4-hole hitter, a home run from the 8-hole hitter, and a home run from the 12-hole hitter. Can't ask for more production from the Southern Hills Warriors lineup than what they're getting.
Well, here comes another big hitter. Tom Oliver.
And Oliver's got size and speed, and we'll see if he's able to put both on display.
Right down the middle. Cold strike. I see a couple of the coaches from the Firebirds and the Phantoms just behind us in the commentary box. They're going to be gearing up for the main event, the Division 1 Grand Final, a little later on. Hopefully that one will be a little closer. 0-1. Here's the count, 15-5. Oliver swings, And misses, strike two.
I've tried to temper your expectations and tell you that semifinals are often better than finals games.
Not all the time. Not all the time. It can be sometimes, but not all the time.
Generally, the best pitchers are used because you got to ensure you get there. There's no point in, occasionally you save that best guy for the big game, but you know, if you know you have a really good top three, then occasionally you save that because you know I can get production from any of those three guys. But more often than not, your best guy throws in that semifinal because you got to get there. There's no point in saving them for tomorrow if tomorrow doesn't come.
Jenkins again goes low, 2-2. Oliver hits a ground ball. Ward shortstop. It looks close. Safe. Oliver safe at first.
Yeah, Oliver with a ton of speed there, and we got to see Kimber attack that ball this time, but just not able to get the play across in time to get Oliver's speed. So with the 10-run lead, I wouldn't expect to see Southern Hills stealing, but the pickoff is going to be close.
It's still safe on first.
Good pickoff there because he managed to do it while Oliver was still getting a lead off and almost got him caught up with his steps. Let's see if Jenkins is able to take advantage of that again.
Woods with a beautiful drive down center field.
That one in the left center, safe base hit, and ball's going to get away, but not far enough. Oliver had slipped rounding second, and so good hit there from Woods.
Now it looks like we've got Davies next up. Trying to pick second off, but not to be. Oliver's still safe at second. Players on second and first. Davies pops it high. It's underneath it, and it's dropped by Benjamin. And it's a foul ball. Let that one go at the last moment. Got a good reach on it, but just bobbled out of his glove.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow read there from Bensman. He had an opportunity to really get over there and get camped under it, but just kind of seemed to be a step behind it and then had to reach out for it and just off the edge of the glove.
0-1, still on one out. Davies facing Jenkins. That is 1-1. He did take a swing at it. That's strike two. Crowd still continuing to rise. Almost looking to pick off second. Davies again pops it high. Down towards left field.
Should be out.
And it's easily caught. Down at left field by Ebersberger. And that's two outs.
Ebersberger with a routine can of corn there. Able to trail it over to the left field foul line. Just inside of it. And Nice catch to get the second out there of the inning.
Now here's Tander, who hit that magnificent home run over center field. And there's going to be a lead in into third from Oliver. Second and third now occupied. Like I said, I'll put my foot down. Jackson Tander's player of the match. No doubt about it. Take it to the bank.
Well, Simmons been impressive, but I think two defensive gems, the double play from a center fielder and a robbing of a home run from Ebersberger. I don't know. There's certainly two contenders. There's certainly two contenders. If he goes back to back, though, that could be the nail in the coffin on the player of the game one.
Well, he's got second and third, so he could add a 3-run homer if he gets it. He is a powerful hitter, is Tander. Just a little too low there, full count.
I think it's only 3-1.
3-1.
Unload.
That'll be the message to Tander, you would think. Just unload at this one and send it up and away. Goes high. And Tander is walking. So bases loaded. And coming on at the top of the order once again, Seth Grover.
I think we'll have a discussion / potentially a pitching change.
I think it'll be just a discussion. Doesn't look like any movement from the mound. So bases are loaded. Could we see a grand slam?
Oh, not out of the realm of possibility. Power seems to have taken off here in the last few innings. Jet stream is blowing out to the outfield fences, so.
David Moss back on the fence. So is Maskelin and Ebersberger looking for a pop-up. Grover, it's popped up, but that's going to be fouled. That goes onto the opposite dugout by Diamond 2. One wide. That is 1 and 2. Still with 2 outs. Very close. And that will be 2 and 2 with 2. Again low. Could we see a pick off? No. Doesn't go as far as they would have wanted.
Up 10, you're not going to see guys advance on that. Plus, not sure that one rolled quite far enough away.
Full count. Literally. Grover again pops it up. Richardson's underneath it. Oh, it almost caught by the crowd. And I'm afraid that is a dropped crowd catch. Well, wouldn't you love to see those crowd catches once in a blue moon at this venue?
Yeah, you can't sit front row and miss catches.
Grover pops that one towards our scorer's box here.
Big key there. Oliver is standing on third. He needs to be well fouled. Make sure there's no doubt of you being near the line if the ball is turned.
Grover goes
Ball
in
be
field.
put into play.
That score.
Not if he gets
Gone.
the out.
Nope, so the score won't count. So we go to the bottom of the final inning. The Southern Hills Warriors 3 outs away from victory.
So Wanneroo, last chance highway with 3 outs remaining. They're chasing 10 runs to tie the ball game, 11 to win. If they can't do that, Southern Hills Warriors will be your 2023 IL champions.
I have to say, the coffin's now shut, to be blunt, with the way the game's been played. 10 runs, you know, not out of the realm of possibility, but the way the game's been played up to this point, it's the Warriors.
Yeah, they've only got 5 runs to their name for the game so far. Pretty hard to see where they're going to get 10 runs from, but momentum is a big thing, and you know, if they can get a runner or 2 on and then just start station to station and trickling them across. You know, if you're the Southern Hills, realistically, the first 8 runners don't even matter if they manage to get on. Just get outs where you can.
Get outs where you can and as quick as you can.
Yeah, absolutely.
From a Southern Hills point of view. But now here comes Taylor Benjamin.
Benjamin's had a good day at the plate. He's had that the double. Actually, I think he might have had 2 doubles. One, I think, was a stand-up one, and one was a questionable one because he took such a wide turn. He potentially could have been thrown out, but didn't. And so he's been a catalyst for the Giants when they have scored their runs.
Vincent warming up on the mound. Here comes Benjamin. Like you said, he has had a good day on the plate. You're absolutely right. Vincent to Benjamin. 3 outs away are the Warriors. Right down the middle from Vincent, strike 1. Swing, but down the middle, strike 2. Strike 3, Benjamin's gone. Good high one there, and Benjamin just got baited for that one. Swinging at that high fast ball. Here comes Owen Maskelyne, the big O. Can he salvage something for the Giants? Vincent pitching superbly since he started on the mound. 3 strikeouts he has. Oh, and that one's on the knee, and that is an automatic walk on first.
Yeah, hit by pitch there, so he'll trot on down, and that's really all Wanneroo needs. Again, if you're just joining us, Jet O'Sullivan out of the game with a hand injury, so that's why Maskelyne was up at that point in time. Gibson will now be the next Wanneroo batters. They just need base runners. So, again, from a Southern Hills standpoint, don't worry about the runners on base right now. He's got the pickoff. If he's able to make the throw right away.
Oh, it's fumbled. And that'll allow a pickoff to third. That's a double pickoff.
should have been thrown out at third, and if he'd been on the base to field it, he probably would have been. But, you know, that's the one twice they'd run themselves into outs at third. That was just about the third time. That's one of those that, again, you're chasing 10 runs. So it doesn't matter if you score, because even if you score right now, you need the guys on behind you. So don't run yourself into those extra outs right now.
Talk about a literal close call.
Well, realistically, he was picked off. You know, the first baseman needed to cut the distance and hurry up and make the throw down to 2. You never want to chase that guy to that next base, and that's what they kind of were. Obviously, they allowed that ball into the outfield. Then the outfielder made a great throw, and he should have had him hosed at third as well. But
strike 2. Three strikeouts for Vincent. He's pitched superbly, as I said. Just got the edge of the bat. And that one is fouled.
Well out in front of that one, managed to hit that one off wasn't like a pool cue, but it definitely went off the top end of the bat.
Strike 3. Make that 4 strikeouts for Vincent. And now the Southern Hills Warriors are just 1 out away from wrapping up the championship.
Wanneroo down to that last out. Vincent's been spectacular since coming on. A little nervous to his first batter, but has really settled in, as you said, with the 4 strikeouts, and now 1 out away.
Little low there.
I'd like to see him stay tall, really push off that back leg and drive towards the plate. Just has a little bit of a fadeaway action.
That one's popped high. This could be the game. Vincent underneath. Oh, they've collided, and they have leaked out a score there for Masculine.
Yeah, the big part about that one is communication is key. We talk about infield priorities. Infield priorities, the pitcher should never go after the ball. But the thing is it has to be called. Realistically, that should have been your catcher or first baseman should have been going after it. It should have been the first baseman. But if you want it, call it off. He never made the call, and then they had the collision right at the same time. Hopefully he's okay.
Both of them shaking it off there. But that appeared to be a nasty collision. Like you said, never call it off. The pitcher should never call it off. That was Grover's right there.
Well, no, if Vincent wanted it, he should have called it. And realistically, it should have been Woods' ball. Woods should have been coming in hard on it. Grover's tough because a catcher needs to get his back turned into the infield, because that ball, the backspin, is actually going to be going away from the catcher the way that he's going. So it's more for him to have to run out. So, but if Vincent wanted it, he needed to wait. Mine. I never saw him call it.
Vincent will just have a couple of warm-up pitches now with that in mind, just to get himself back in the groove. So Ebersberger will step up to the plate in moments.
It should be good to go. He's got 2. He looked fine. He's fine. Let's go.
And now, here we go. Ebersberger up to the plate.
No sense in wasting. I think he just wasted 3. Those were 3 pretty good pitches, in my opinion.
Yeah.
They weren't even thrown to a batter.
And he maintained that from those warm-ups, being solid. Right down the middle. They can feel every out, the Southern Hills Warriors. Cold strike, 0-2. Vincent, he's been brilliant in the second half of the game, picking up where Simmons left off. Can he strike out to give the Warriors victory. And that one just fouled there.
Jenkins spoiling it.
It's still 0-2 the count. (15-6) Warriors. Both hands on the title. Vincent. Will they make the play? At first. In. Safe. Let the Southern Hills rise. The Warriors are Intermediate League champions for 2023. 15-6 winners over the Wanneroo Giants. The Warriors simply outstanding. What about it, Guy? A well-deserved win for the Warriors. They were in control from the outset.
Yep.
And the scoreline there tells the story of how they dominated.
Yeah, pretty emphatic statement from the Warriors. They got it done. Sam Simmons on the mound, spectacular today. He had led off, had the first home run of the game with a 2-run blast, and kind of wrested momentum away from Wanneroo. So at that point, Wanneroo, Southern Hills got off to a 2-run lead. Wanneroo wrestled it back, got 2 runs back, and even the score. Southern Hills added the 1 in the second, and then Sam Simmons was able to come out, get the scoreless inning there in the bottom of the second, and then came out with the bat and blasted a 2-run home run to give at that point a 5-2 lead, and then Southern Hills tacked on 2 more runs with 2 outs. The Giants were able to storm back. They ran themselves into a couple of outs there at third base, but they got 2 runs with 2 outs themselves, and all of a sudden we thought we had a ball game then at 7-4, and then Southern Hills came out, put the foot down, and Tander had the big home run, had the double play there to catch him, throw him out at third, and then also robbed a home run himself. A lot of storylines there for the Southern Hills Warriors, but they were able to put their foot down. They were able to close out that game and finish it. And big congratulations to the 2023 WAIL State Champions, the Southern Hills Warriors.
They did it in great style, 15-6 over the Wanneroo Giants. Stay tuned on this live stream. We'll have the presentations coming up very shortly as the Warriors get a round of applause from the crowd. And the Warriors in return to their fans, friends and families that have turned out today. But the Giants, they'll hold their head up high despite the big loss. The fact that they made it this far. And they'll look forward now to the Nationals.
One of the things, too, when you get beat soundly, it's a little bit easier to take than it is those 1-run extra inning games. So, because there's not, you sit back and you go, well, there's not a whole lot I could have done.
Imagine if both these teams meet in the national final in Mildura.
Well, I mean, that's one of those things. It could happen. Very rarely has it happened from the WA standpoint. There have been times where it has, and I know we've played had teams play each other for third or fourth or fourth and fifth spots, and some different things. I don't think we've had an all WA. I don't know that we've had an all WA final. I think there has been one before, but I'd be stressed to remember it.
We'll have to check that one out. But nonetheless, we'll go down to ground level and the presentations of the Intermediate League state title to the winners, the Southern Hills Warriors.
and his crew, sensational, starting pitch off, and that is all the way through. Guys, we'll see you in Nationals. To everyone else out there, thanks for coming. And it's to all the volunteers and everyone that's here, it's really great. So, Matt. Thanks, Liv. First of all, thanks to Wanneroo Baseball Club. It's been a great weekend up here, and I hope everybody enjoyed the games and the viewing, and it's been fun. So thank you very much to the ground staff and to Wanneroo Baseball Club. Scott, thanks, mate. I mean, we had a talk before the game started about playing baseball the right way, and if you watch this game, then I think you'll agree that it was played in the true spirit of baseball, and that everybody played the right way, and that's really what we want to teach us. And I'm sure all the coaches are here to teach that, and I think that we showed that today, that it's just about kids playing baseball and doing it the right way, and that's what we're trying to teach them. So thank you very much, boys. Hey, outstanding. You guys had a great tournament, and it's just baseball, right? It's another game, and you come out and play another game tomorrow and the next day and the next day, and that's all I really want to do. Come back and have another crack, right? That's what it's about. To my boys here, outstanding tournament, stayed with it, stayed through from day one, and did everything right, and believed in themselves, and come together and believe themselves, which is pretty hard for a bunch of 13-year-olds, and there you get the result. So it's just the belief system really, and that staying on an even keel is really important, and they did that, and they showed it well today, and then they shone today, and I'm really proud of them. I don't like any of them, as many people heard me say, but I'm really proud of them, and they did a great job. Thank you, boys. And to my staff at the back, outstanding. Helped me, keep me level as well. Thank you very much. Seth, come on up. Sammy, great job, though, mate. Enzo. Woodsy. Go ahead, Jaden. Reese. Aiden. Well done, buddy. Finally. Good job. Jackson. Good, mate. Good job. Tommy. Evan. Jaden. Geordie. Probably one of the hardest jobs in baseball as a closer. Come on, Lockie. Outstanding, buddy. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Shane. Maddie. Lisa, our mother. Eddie.
Thanks, guys. You want to take a seat, please? So the reason all of the other teams are here today is we are introducing the Intermediate League All-Stars for the first time. There is a complicated formula that I don't understand, but some magic behind the scenes based on the statistics that come out of the Game Changer. And we are going to announce the All-Star teams. If the players are here, please come up. If it's from a team that's not here, we'll present it to them afterwards. Just to note there, because you can all see the stats, doesn't mean every player is eligible. There's some minimum criteria that players have to meet as well. So I'm announcing them in no particular order. Ashton Campbell from Corrine. Will David Moss from Wanneroo. Zachary Devons from Corrine. Kobe Ebersberger from Wanneroo. Seth Grover from Southern Hills. Riley Lyons from Wanneroo. Lewin Renwick from Phantoms. We'll review that later. Zach Richardson from Wanneroo. Arata Samakawa from Phantoms. Yeah, we'll see that in the next game. And Callan Simmons from Phantoms. Ansel Tuta and Reese Woods from Coastal Bay. So while they're standing up there, have you got the Batty with .750, Riley Lyons from Wanneroo. And MVP, Reese Woods from Coastal Bay. Congratulations to our All-Stars team. Guys, don't run off straight afterwards. We need to get a photo of all of you. If you can just quickly take your seats so I can present the cup. So to wrap up the championships, I'd like to present the cup to Southern Hill Warriors.
And welcome along to Meldon Park for the afternoon action in the 2023 Baseball WA Little League State Championships. This is it, the main event. And what a main event we have. This is a heavyweight title fight of the most epic proportions. This is the grand final of Division 1 between the Eastern Phantoms and the Central Firebirds. And my golly, what a game we have for you today. Paul Persick alongside Guy Belair. Guy, welcome back. What a contest we've got in store.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting for both of these teams. A lot of history between them. Obviously, Eastern Phantoms are made up of Morley, Perth, and I believe Wembley baseball clubs from that standpoint. Central Firebirds are made up from South Perth, Willetton, and I believe Vic Park, and I don't remember if Swan Districts is in this one or not. So in terms of the clubs and things, there's a lot of history obviously this year. Morley came up short in the State League Finals, so that's a lot of these kids are hoping to one day play for the Morley Perth ball clubs, and Perth made it to the playoffs for the first time in a number of years. And then of course South Perth has fallen off a little bit, but Vic Park did well and obviously went down to Morley, or actually they went down in the play-in game. But it'll be exciting, and so a lot of history between these two clubs and a lot of history between these two charters.
We're starting off with the number 23, Summer Hitchcock, pitching for the Firebirds, and Luke Mann taking to the plate. First up for the Eastern Phantoms. Of course, the Eastern Phantoms went into double extra inning yesterday against the Southern Hills Warriors. That was a thrilling contest, and then the Central Firebirds in control from the outset against the Coastal Bay Sharks as Mann drives it straight towards centre field and nets first base. A good single to start things off for the Eastern Phantoms.
Good job there by Summer. The big thing that you have is as a pitcher, again, as I said in game one, you control what you can control, and the first thing you have to do is throw strikes. So, if you're giving up hits, the first thing in your mind is well, at least you're throwing strikes. You're doing your job.
Now, Hunter Gordon making his way to the plate. Second at bat for the Phantoms. Summer Hitchcock is also at the top of the order for the Firebirds, and Gordon swings and misses. Strike one for Hitchcock. This is, of course, a 6-inning game. We had Intermediate League's 7 innings.
Well, so far I'm 5 for 5 in my picks on these games. So
Gordon skies that one. It's popped towards first base. Good communication and an easy catch there by
Malcolm.
By Sam C.
Crutchett.
Yep, Sam Crutchett at first base, and that brings one out for the Phantoms at the top of the first in this Division 1 grand final. Hudson Ostazuski at the plate, batting from the 3 position with Phantoms players still at 1, and a cold strike being taken by Ostazuski. As conditions again cool down a little bit, hopefully the forecast rain will stay away, as the reasons why these games were pushed back to early in the morning rather than originally being under lights, as Ostazuski takes a strike for the swing, and Mann will look to steal second here, and that's brilliantly run by Luke Mann, so he'll occupy third. Setting the pace early in this game. And what's also going to be so important here for both teams is how their pitches will be used, because there were a lot of those best pitchers that used up their pitch limit and won't be used for today's grand final, because you said, and you're absolutely spot on, you have to make sure that your best players are there to get you to the grand final.
Yeah, so obviously Ellis and probably
Geelong. Brilliantly taken at first base by Crutchett.
Yeah, a good throw there by Holbert over to Crutchett, and as I said yesterday, Ellis and probably Lucas Mann are thrown out. Mann came across that was an important part of getting over and getting in, and obviously took an extra base, and as a result was able to score. So Phantoms get an early 1-0 lead, but
here is Ellis. We were just mentioning him earlier, Lincoln Ellis. As the Phantoms hold a 1-0 lead early on. That one, good change up there from Hitchcock. She just got that one a little wide. Ellis, good ground ball towards first, but that will be an easy out. And that will be 3 outs for the Phantoms, but they hold a 1-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the first here in this Division 1 Grand Final, Middleton Park, on this Monday afternoon. And it looks like first pitch will be Dion Nicholas, number 18.
What was it?
Number 18, Dion Nicholas, will be stepping up to the mound for the first time in this game. Of course, Lincoln Ellis and Luke Mann using up their pitch limits, so they won't be available to pitch in this game. And the crowd, once again, is magnificent here today, braving the cold conditions. And this broadcast put together by our wonderful team at Front Row Screens. Bailey Harrington working the camera. He's done a great job all weekend. Matty Williamson and Ryan Ramage putting it all together as well.
Defensively for the Phantoms, they'll line up like this. It'll be James Mann in right, Watson center, Lucas Mann in left, Ellis over at third, Ostaszewski at shortstop. We got the correct pronunciation from a coach finally. Hayden over at second, Malcolm at first, Gordon behind the plate, and then on the mound for the Phantoms will be Nicholas. So
Summer Hitchcock, in the meantime, will be at the plate at the top of the order for the Firebirds. Gets a ground ball towards third base. Ellis will need a good throw here and does get it, but Malcolm did have his foot off the bag.
Yeah,
and
didn't get that good throw that you called for. So Summer able to beat it out. That throw was wide. It pulled the first baseman off the bag. So Summer Hiskar will start things off, and just like that, both leadoff hitters for both teams on reach safely.
Taj Humble walking up to the plate to face Dion Nicholas. Conditions once again overcast. Now, with the conditions that we have forecast, it's going to be interesting to see what the outcome will be if we do go through some innings and one team, in the event that one team leads, should a game not be completed due to rain.
There you go again. You're always trying to ruin things. Just
I'm not
don't
trying to ruin
it.
things.
Just don't mention it.
I mentioned it. I did
You
say
only
it
bring it
yesterday.
up when it becomes a problem, not when it. No, don't lead into it to make it a problem. Gosh, commentators curse on these things. We got to teach you.
Come on, I didn't put the curse on yesterday. Give me a break.
Somehow you lucked out on that one.
Oh, come on. Nonetheless, 2-1 the count. Right down the middle, strike two. Humble now. Got to eliminate the bunt out of the equation. Really has to go at it. That's a nice
gonna be
line
fair.
ball.
That's a fair ball on the line over the bag. Summer will race over to third, so runner's going to be first and third on the corners here.
That's good running, and that's a well-timed hit by Humble. Going for the line drive. And the base hits keep on coming for the Firebirds.
And we see Gordon there just giving the signs for the first third situation here. So, you know, as I said before, we'll see one of four things: either a hard throw back to third, a hard throw back to the pitcher. We'll see it thrown all the way through to second, or we'll see it cut off, generally from the shortstop.
Cold strike there for Toronto. Of course, he used up his pitch limit yesterday, but he did an outstanding job in that semi-final against the Coastal Bay Sharks.
11 strikeouts, 19 hitters faced, and a 4-0 complete game shutout.
Remarkable. Oh, and that's directly into the body, and he's going to walk on to first.
HBP earlier, that'll load the bases full of Firebirds. So with nobody out, they've got bases loaded and a chance to make it a crooked inning right away.
It's a dream start for the Firebirds, and walking out to the plate, Charlie Moffat. Charlie Moffat with the count clear. Nicholas on the mound. Goes low, tries to split the middle. And that'll be 1-0.
Nicholas just has a little bit of nerves showing. It might be worthwhile for the coach to use one of his visits just to go out and reassure him. That's a big hit into the center field. That'll score 1, possibly 2. We have a play at the plate.
He's got it.
Throw doesn't find the catcher, so runners advance 60 feet, and that'll be a 2-run base hit there for Moffat.
Firebirds are on a roll here. They've taken back the lead. They've taken the lead for the first time, as a matter of fact, with that 2-run base hit. 2-1 at the bottom of the first. They've got things going quite nicely. And a visit by the Phantoms coach to Dion Nicholas, just to get him back in the groove, like you said, Guy.
Yeah, I think just looking at him, he had the nerves of, you'd given up the bases loaded, things weren't going his way. A couple of his pitches didn't get thrown the 46 feet, the distance from Little League here, and I think this one, it's, hey, take a deep breath, settle down. It's first inning. It's,
Good job, Coach.
Well, still early goings in the game.
Somebody on the scoreboard?
Now to bat, number 9, Sam Crutchett.
Now it's Sam Crutchett onto the plate, facing Dion Nicholas, looking to settle things down again. Just goes low. That slips away, and it looks like going to be Cooper Truong. Slides in, and that is safe home. So you can make that 3-1. 3-1 in favour of the Firebirds. They are off to a great start. Now Nicholas, he has got Sam Crutchett in trying to split the plate. 1-0. Again, dipping low. We've also got Moffat on third. Moffat on third, Crutchett on the plate.
Some balls to Crutchett.
That is a walk onto first. That was ball 4. And players now on first and third.
Up to bat, number 6.
Howell.
And this is where I said, I think they had to use a lot of emotion, a lot of energy to extol an 8-inning ball game yesterday, and probably had to use a pitcher they didn't want to, maybe in man. But again, you had to make sure you gave yourself that opportunity. In the back of their mind, they need to know that they are going to Lismore, so loosen up, have fun a little bit here, and play. Just settle in. And
1-1 the count now.
one of the hardest things is always, I said in the previous game, it's hard to get that first out of the inning, and it's hard to get the third out of the inning. Between that one.
Well, that's well hit towards left field. That's a nice drive. That will allow Moffat to score. And players now on first and second. The Firebirds extend the advantage 4-1 at the bottom of the first.
Yeah, good RBI single there into the left field, just off the left field foul line. So a good hit there by Howell. Firebirds have come out attacking, being aggressive, and you look at that, and 4 of the first 6 hitters have singles. One was hit by a pitch, and another one reached safely. Still nobody out here to start the ball game.
Now it's Mark Howell onto the plate. It's a nice high one there, but dipped late from Nicholas. He's 0-1 the count.
Jai Lindley.
Well, that's Lindley, rather. My apologies. Lindley just deceived by the late dip. It's a good change.
Big hack there from Lindley. One of the keys, though, is he needs to keep his eye on the ball. His head was over there into the Firebirds' dugout.
Nicholas, what can he do here? Easy out. He's gone. And looking for the double play. There's confusion.
It's a great double play right there.
That is a double play. Strikeout and a double play. 2 outs.
2 outs.
Yeah, that one just a bit unfortunate. You know, Howell is aggressive on the base path. You can run on the drop third strike, but you got to make sure the runner in front of you goes. Runner didn't go, so able to throw down, get the tag out, and the touch on the base. And that's the other thing occupied. You know, less than 2 outs, base runners don't have to advance. So, you know, Howell was the unfortunate recipient of not knowing the situation at the time.
Liam Hulbert there takes 2 wide ones there on the outside corner. They've got 2 outs, but they lead at 4-1. They've started well. A little too high there. The sun breaks out again. 3-0, 2 outs. 4-1 the score. And that is strike 1. Just getting that one a little bit tighter. And Hulbert, good hack there from Hulbert, but just got on the wrong end of it. Full count. 3-2 with 2 outs at the bottom of the first. 4-1 the advantage to the Firebirds, who are looking to make it 4 titles. And that's a great drive towards left centre field. And they will score through Crutchett. And they extend it 5-1. The Firebirds coming out all guns blazing early on in this grand final.
Yeah, a big hit there by the coach's son, Luke Holbert. And, you know, kind of the calming presence just after the mistake there on the double play. I mean, obviously Lindley struck out, but Howell, unfortunate circumstance of an aggressive base running that wasn't to be. And Holbert kind of resettled things, scored that 5th run. We'll see if Western Goncalves can add to it and continue the hitting spree that has started this game from the Firebirds.
Two-act swings and strikes on both of them. Much better pitching here from Dion Nicholas. Changes it up again, but lets it slip, does the catcher. And Hulbert will steal second. And ground ball here towards second. Will they get Western Goncalves out? It looks like they will. So that's 3 outs for the Phantoms. That'll end the first. And the Firebirds are in a strong position, leading 5-1 after 1.
Yeah, great first inning there by the Central Firebirds. Came out on fire. Hiscock singling, Humble singling, Truong getting hit by a pitch to load the bases. Charlie Moffitt then singled and plated 2 runs. Crotchett then walked and then had, you know, runners there at first and second again. Howell then singled and plated a run. So then with runners first and second there, Lindley did strike out, and unfortunately Crutchett was able to advance to third on that one. Howell got stuck in no man's land and went back and walked into a tag. Holbert then singled in Crutchett. Western Goncalves ended it with the ground out to shortstop. But good aggressive hitting from the Firebirds right there. As we said, Nicholas seemed nervous at the start, kind of settled down after the coach went and talked to him. And that's one of those, too, that, you know, I called for it in a hitter before, saying, hey, I've seen the body language, I'd look for it. Probably maybe came a hitter late. You know, I don't know, maybe they could have settled things down a little bit sooner. Maybe only gotten out with the 3-run damage. But, you know, it's a big first inning for the Firebirds, and we'll see if the Phantoms can answer. They do have that never say die attitude.
Absolutely.
Found themselves down in that hole and then put a 7 spot up. So they are not fazed by having to chase runs, and we'll see if they can play onto that one.
Now Hitchcock will go to Watts, who is on the plate to start the second innings.
Hiscock just pounding the zone right away with those strikes. So those first pitch strikes, again, it's a stat that you're counting. I'm not so much worried about it that you can, but what it does lead is can you go 0-1, can you go 0-2? When you're able to do that one, then you can start to expand the strike zone.
Ground ball back to Hitchcock, and easily
good
ground out there.
PFP. Just a 1-3, field it, throw it, get it over, and when you keep the leadoff hitter off base paths, it's generally a good storyline for quick innings.
Absolutely. Now being brought in by Riley Malcolm, who's on the plate, left-hander.
Number 8, left-hander.
Can be a pretty good hitter when he gets a pitch that he likes to really blast out of the park. And takes a cold strike there.
You know, it's funny. We got to see two girls on the Southern Hills Warriors team yesterday, Miller Butler and
Wheatley.
And both of them had a phenomenal day. Hiscock has had a phenomenal tournament by all respects. I heard a couple of the umpires and some of the other people saying they had her, and that this is her first year of baseball.
First year, unbelievable.
And it's bringing me back to, I think there was 3-4 years ago, there was a girl for the Little League World Series Chicago, so the Midwest team, and she just mowed through the lineups, and we're seeing Summer do some of the same right here to the Eastern Phantoms.
Yeah, she's had a phenomenal tournament, absolutely. Maybe all-star selection. We'll have to find out at the end of the game. And again, pounding the zone.
I think they only do the all-star selections in the IL and JL tournaments because they compile stats. They don't keep the stats for the Little League ones. Again, just I think it's all a celebration of everyone playing the game, everything from that one.
Strike 3, Hitchcock continuing her strong start, strikes out Malcolm. But if there was an all-star team, she'd definitely
would have a vote from a lot of people around here by all accounts. So obviously her coaching staff is really proud of her, and but you know I think parents would be really proud to hear that several other people, umpires, other coaches, and people that I've heard throughout it say that you know she's definitely one to watch here. So
just fouls that one is Hugo, and
Hugo turned on that one nicely, just well out in front of it.
If you're just joining us on our Baseball WA Facebook live stream for the first time, thanks to Front Row Screens, Firebirds leading 5-1 at the top of the second in this Division 1 Little League State Championship Grand Final. Hitchcock just getting low on the zone there. Hugo, ground ball towards third. Pick up and throw, and gone. 3 outs.
Never any doubt with the way he threw yesterday. The moment he ranged to his left to get it, pretty confident that was going to be an out. So a 3 up, 3 down there for Summer Hiscock, and that'll do it for the Phantoms in the top of the second.
And that's a quick innings that the Firebirds would have wanted just to keep that momentum going their way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, had to put up a 5 spot in that first inning. You get a 3 up, 3 down. You're able to go get the sticks back in your hands again and see if they can add to it. And, you know, they're right at that point. I always say that margin bears that 4-run lead. So they've got that one. Once you start getting above that, then it starts putting doubt in the other team's mind. And, you know, I know the Phantoms are able to score in bunches, and that was one of the things that I heard about the Phantoms team. And as Darren Riley, the PA announcer today, announced earlier, he said these two teams have played each other once in the tournament. I think it was a 14-1 victory in favor of the Firebirds in Game 1, and then a 6-5 victory in the second game here just before. And that 6-5 one gave the Phantoms the number 1 seed, so to speak. But by all accounts, Firebirds kind of threw their 5th or 6th best pitcher and threw them out. So if you're throwing your 5th or 6th best pitcher and you're losing a game by 1, if you've got your top 5, obviously I would wager that Cooper is probably number 1, but you've got your 2, 3, 4 guys waiting in the works here. I think the Firebirds were feeling very confident about today, and everything that I heard about the Phantoms, they're a bit streaky, so when they get their hits, they're going to string them all together, but they could go quiet. And we saw a little bit of that in yesterday's game because they took a while to score the games, and then they scored the runs in bunches with that 7 spot, and then were able to put 2 on in the 8th, as I recall, to then kind of give it that final margin, which was that 9-7. So
now we go to the bottom of the second. Yamamoto facing Nicholas at the plate. And just leaves that low split.
I think Nicholson, just looking at him, right, he's not so much, he's still showing a little bit of sign of the nerves, but it's a little bit more, he's trying to aim his pitches. So he's no longer just throwing. He's wanting to not make a mistake.
Especially when you have that drive that he's got, with that front leg, get that drive, and that would help his aim.
Yeah, if he'd drive off the back leg and have that front foot plant, and then, ideally you'd like to reach out and you're trying to knock over your catcher. But we kind of just see him hesitate on that one. Not the follow through. Good hit there by Yamamoto.
Good pickup.
Hayden able to make the play over to Malcolm for the first out. So a good start for the Phantoms in terms of keeping the game where it's at. They need to, they need to have that 3 up, 3 down themselves. Just kind of, stop the Firebirds' momentum a little bit, give it some of their own, and give themselves that belief that, hey, we can still be in this game.
There were a couple of half volleys that weren't picked up or fumbled, but Hayden just picked it up as clean as a whistle.
And I think one of the bigger things is, generally speaking, the team that makes the least amount of errors is the team that's going to win the game. Very rarely do you see a team make a lot of errors and win. And so far, we have seen teams be very clean with their fielding, with their throws. That was something that was a little bit questionable for the Giants in our first game this morning.
That's right. Now, we're just making too many errors out on the field. But in this grand final, you can't afford to make too many errors in any level in a grand final when the championship's at stake, even though there's that element of pressure that's taken off, because regardless of the result, you'd be going to the Nationals as a ground ball is taken towards shortstop. It's going to be close, but the easy out comes from McDonald, and that is 2 outs for the Phantoms.
Yeah, two quick outs here. A good settled down inning here from the Phantoms, and I think, obviously they don't want it to get away, and coming to the plate it's going to be Jamie Vlasic.
Great young hitter this lady, Jamie. Come on, Jamie.
Jamie Vlasic, number 42. Facing Nicholas. It's a good one right down the middle.
We got to see Jamie in yesterday's game. She's a battler at the plate. I think she worked the count, and ultimately, she did strike out that one time, but she worked a good 9-10 pitch at bat. She'll put that one into play into left field, and it's going to be
great
caught.
Catch. That's a great catch there by Mann out at center field.
And that will end the second inning for the Firebirds. So
that's a much better innings this time for from the Phantoms out in the field. They were able to get 3 quick outs. They've stalled the momentum a little bit, but they're still 4 runs behind. They've just got to back it up with the bat.
Yeah, so, obviously when you go through 2 innings, the Firebirds have now been through their lineup, so they're going to turn it back over when they get the sticks back in hand again to the top of the lineup. On the other hand, the Phantoms are only halfway through their lineup, so they got a little bit of work to do. And that's a tough part of carrying 14 hitters too, is some of your hitters don't get that opportunity to get hot.
We now go to the top of the third, so we're approaching the halfway mark of this game, this grand final in the Division 1 Little League State Championship here at Middleton Park. Firebirds lead it 5-1, but the momentum's just stalled a little bit with those 3 quick outs. The atmosphere and the crowd, despite the cold conditions, being tremendous, and the fans deserve a lot of credit for braving said conditions to come out here and support their teams.
You make it sound like, we're in the middle of winter or something like that one. We've had the sun beating on our backs like less than 10 minutes ago.
4 seasons in one day.
I know we're not in Melbourne. If it was, we'd have snow and rain already on the ground, but it's actually a pleasantly surprised. We were actually mentioning how kind of hot it was a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Now the clouds have come back in, so it does look like we are going to get a rain, and hopefully that eases the mind of Olivia, who had to move these games forward. She's looking rather nervous sitting on the stoop above us here, and always the life of the tournament administrator.
No doubt about it, but they do deserve some credit nonetheless, for taking that decision just to be sure, because that old saying, it always is true in a degree. Better safe than sorry,
Yeah, better safe than sorry, and obviously I know the decision doesn't always sit well with everyone. Obviously both teams played yesterday in these time slots, and so one played a little bit later, so you're considering did we give enough rest to teams? You know, I went in to talk to her at the end of the day, and I heard some teams already jockeying that, oh, we don't want to play this game. We want to be able to watch the finals, you know, and that's one of the things is having it as that 7 o'clock time frame.
Yeah.
It should have been alone on itself, but Olivia, hopefully now with a smile, now making the right call to avoid the rain.
2-0 the count for Hitchcock. And it's Nathan Hanks on the plate.
She's having a little laugh because of the one discussion that I was having that overheard the coach, you know, I don't want to play this team for the 3rd or 4th time in a row, and we've seen enough of them already. We'd rather watch the game. And, well, I know the other teams might want to play, so.
Hanks swings and misses. 3-1 the count.
I know the man sitting to my left was in awe of Summer Hiscar right now. He's already called her his favorite player of the tournament so far, so.
And he's standing by it. Hanks, again, swinging for the fences but missing. Full count. Oh, that one close to the body there, and he's going to walk. That was on ball 4, and Hanks will occupy first base. And next up, number 4, James Mann.
All important lead off on there for the Phantoms. Number 4, James Mann.
Player on first, that's Hanks. Field a little bit inward this time, especially the outfielders who are further from the fence. That's a cold strike there. So James Mann. Mann goes for that low drive, but just fouled. You see the fans by the fence taking in a pretty good view of the action just by the fence and the big screen that's set up for all our fans here today. Mann, much better hit through the hole towards left field, and a single base hit for James Mann, and Hanks will elevate himself to second.
Nice single there by James Mann. Obviously, I think
Now up to bat the pitcher. Number 18. Come on, Dion Nicholas.
bottom of the lineup, you know, giving some production. I think this was a spot that didn't see a lot of production from things yesterday.
Well, that one's pretty high. And that was a called strike anyway.
Well, it was a swinging strike.
Swinging strike, yes.
But I'm a little bit surprised to not see the runners advance because I don't think that was foul tipped.
Catcher moving to his left there. And that's been ruled wide, so a ball 1-1. Going a little low is Hitchcock.
Good spot, but when you don't frame it, you know, when you don't stick it, you're probably not going to get that call. So it's questionable whether it was above or below the knee. That one up for debate, but when your glove drops to the dirt, probably not going to get that one.
Nicholas, ground ball in the infield. Hanks hesitating, and that's going to be out anyway.
Yeah, Hank's not aware. Well, you know, sometimes I understand. Sometimes you're doing that to give your teammates the opportunities to make sure that they reach all the bases safely. But a little bit surprised to see him kind of stop a third of the way there and not try to force something.
Well, with the ball being on third, they knew when the ball was on that third bag, he was going to be out anyway.
Yep.
So Hayden is next up. Jake Hayden, number 3. Goes for the bunt, keeps it nice and low, and that will be an easy base hit. Yes, it will, and that will allow number 4, James Mann, to score. That's a big run to get for the Phantoms. They're just chipping away, like he said yesterday in that semi-final. They just chip away and get those runs back, and that's a good start to the top of the third for the Eastern Phantoms.
5-2.
Yeah, and that's a learning situation there, one. And I think Luke is going to come out and talk to his pitcher, just to settle things down a little bit. Summer fielded that one cleanly, but she needed to step clear of that base runner. She does. That's a clear line to throw to second and gets the out. Instead, she tried to throw over the runner, and that again creates that situation where, in this case, the second baseman wasn't sure about where the ball was going. It actually took him across the bag. He didn't want to step in front of the runner. He didn't catch the ball, and the throw goes down the line. It looks like we're actually going to see a pitching change too. It's probably more just again. I think Summer did a great job, but this one's just to settle it down and hey, let's put no doubt in it.
Looks like it might be Crutchett.
No, I think it's going to be Holbert that's going to come to throw. I think it'll be Coach's son.
Looks like it will be. It's either going to be Holbert or Crutchett.
Well, Crutchett it ain't going to be Crutchett because he's still wearing a first baseman's glove.
Ah, yes. Yep.
Change of picture.
Looks like
it's going to be Holbert.
Luke Holbert's coming on. Just shoe change by the look of it.
Just getting his pitching shoes on.
Yeah, so of course they have the turf mound, so they might be wearing the cleats. They prefer him to throw with tennis shoes or turf shoes. So he's probably just changing his shoes really quick.
And he's now making his way out of the dugout. Got the new shoes on. And will get his shoes back on. One out on the scoreboard. 5-2 is the lead for the Central Firebirds. Here comes Liam Holbert, number 22.
I think Humble will go over to short. Vlasic will go to second. Hilbert will come to the mound. And where is Summer gone? Summer come out of the game?
I would think so.
I'm just trying to see who the center fielder is.
That's looks like Mark Howell. Looks like Mark Howell. That's at center field. And on right field, that's Haruki Yamamoto.
Yeah, Moffat's been pulled. I think Jamie Vlasic is out and left at the moment. I think that Western Yamamoto has also gone out to the right field. So they had a few changes across the board.
So Holbert will now be back on the mound for the first time today. And it's now Brody Warner stepping up to the plate. We're back underway. Couple of good pitches here from Liam Holbert to start. Strike three, he's gone. That's a great start for Holbert on the mound. And that is 2 outs.
Now for bat for the Phantoms, number 22, J.S. Foot.
Now stepping onto the plate, Foot. 2 outs now. The Firebirds looking to get this last out to try and stall the Phantoms' charge. They have players on second and third. And that's popped up over our marquee. And there it goes. That's a low fly, fouled over the line.
A little bit behind on that fastball foot is. Humble ahead 0-2, will be looking to put him down. Strike three, and
Gone.
that'll do it for the inning.
Again, that's some good pitching from Holbert, starting up on the mound.
Yeah,
and at the end of the top of the third, and it is 5-2.
Ultimately, I think that's a big move there from Luke Humble, because the Phantoms had just squeezed that momentum a little bit in their favor. They plated another run. They had runners second and third. And sometimes it's the move that you make instead of the move that you don't make. Now, oftentimes we see young coaches, wait to make that move. Is they going to work through it? Are they going to take it out of their hands? Hey, you've done your job right now. I only wanted to get a little bit out of you. This is great. This is a good start. We're going to come back. We're going to put Humble on in this situation. We're going to shut it down. We're going to end any hope of them getting that life back. And we know they're kind of streaky, so let's end the streak right now. And Humble came on, 2 strikeouts to get out of it, and did his job. 5-2 after the end of 2.
Sensational pitching it was from Holbert. It looks like Dion Nicholas will stay on the mound. And
I think the big part of that one too is as we said yesterday, we saw the Phantoms have to go through Ellis. They went through Lucas Mann, and then I think did they go to a third one?
They did go to a third one, I think.
I can't remember off of memory. I thought it was
might have been Hanks or James Mann.
I don't think it was James Mann. It might have been Hanks. It might have been. I was maybe even thinking the Hayden maybe. Just trying to remember yesterday's game. I know for Southern Hills, they had gone 7 innings with the one guy and then turned it over to Ottaway. It looks like it was just 2 from Eastern Phantoms.
By the looks of it, it was. So here we go. Summer Hitchcock now back on the plate at the top of the order. Getting it low, but well taken too by Gordon on the dirt.
So the big part here will be can Nicholas have another quick inning, have settled his nerves and get his team out. I have a feeling if he runs into any trouble, he's probably on a short leash, meaning if he runs into trouble, that's probably his day done.
Ground ball, it's going to be close. Just ruled fair, I would think. No, foul.
Ruled foul.
One and 2. Brilliant pitch from Nicholas, much better. And Hitchcock is struck out.
That's a great recovery back on the mound.
Brilliant recovery from Dion Nicholas. Found himself a little bit lost at that first start, but now he's back in the groove.
Yeah, and sometimes it just takes that a little bit of confidence gets behind him here and
number 15, Taj Humble,
able to see what he's able to do.
Taj Humble next up on the plate. His side leads 5-2. But momentum has just stalled a little bit. This game getting defensive, but Humble swings for the fences. But to no avail. Strike 1. 0-1 the count, 1 out. Just goes wide and high there, Nicholas. 1-1. Crowd really enjoying the action here. Goes a little low. Nicholas Humble hacks that one. Fouled.
Humble, a little over anxious hitting, chasing after some pitches, not quite there. That one probably should have been ball 2.
That's a much better line drive.
Lace that one into center field for a single.
Brilliantly timed. Those holes between second base and shortstop, second stop and third base, shortstop and third base rather, and then between first and second, those are the ones that you really want to go through, you know, especially when you've got some good hitters that can net those easier bases. That's the station-to-station baseball that we saw in the grand final earlier.
Yep, again, you know, keys, if hits are contagious, so if you can string those hits together as you did, you're looking for those gaps, but when you have Cooper coming up, you want to find that gap in the outfield. You want the extra base hits. And we just see the wind picking up behind us and launching the jet stream. So if he's able to get under one, it probably goes out in left field.
That's really picking up here. Well, that's a big pop.
Got
It's
under it just a
towards
little
center
bit. It's
field.
gonna
Gone. Great catch by center field. That is a brilliant catch by
Watts.
By Josh Watts.
Second out of the innings.
And that is 2 outs. Truong really got underneath that one, and it popped up to center field.
Yeah, I think
Watts.
if he would have hit that one a little bit more leveled, I think it would have caught the jet stream, but it's all right. So the Firebirds bats have gone a little bit cold here. I mean, they are still putting bat on ball, but they haven't found the holes quite the same as they did in the first inning.
And a steal for second for Humble.
That pitch lands in the dirt, and Humble will advance that 60 feet.
Still on 2 outs. At the completion of this innings, we'll be halfway through the grand final. Player on second. Nicholas onto Moffat. Gets something good on that one, but it's ruled as foul. Communication going to be such a key between the teams today, especially in the grand final when you've got a lot on the line. If you don't have that communication, you won't be making your plays.
Yeah, so the big part is, especially as you're getting ready, just you, me, what am I doing, where am I going?
Moffat, good ground ball to the infield. Very close, but he's gone. Malcolm just gets it into the bag in time before Moffat is able to get himself a base hit. So that's 3 outs. We're halfway through this grand final, and it is the Firebirds leading 5-2. Momentum may have stalled a bit, but they still hold that 3-run cushion.
Yeah, and the big part here, they'll start with that 14th hitter before turning it back over to the top of the lineup for the Phantoms. So obviously they've made the pitching change, so after the first batter, they'll turn it over to the top of the order, but Luke Mann hasn't faced Holbert, and now we finally have some good baseball tunes and country music on. You got to listen closely to this one. The only problem is we saw people doing the YMCA. I haven't seen the Mexican Wave get up just yet. There's a chance for it to make its way all the way around the stadium, but unfortunately, the Little League, we can't serve the flat beer. Might be a few fans that have snuck it into the grounds. Who knows? Won't name names on that one.
What about
but
take me out to the ball game?
Yep, take me out to the ball game, but that doesn't get played till normally the middle of the 7th. This one won't go 7 innings, but you know, it is. I did hear it in. I know I heard it in Game 1. I think he's got it on the playlist, but you know, I wish they had the dog with mustard or the bratwurst. That would be a better one.
Now, Mortimer is making his way to the plate. He's the last in the order for the Phantoms. Halfway through this grand final into the second half. 4th innings crucial now for the Phantoms as Liam Hulbert will get that first pitch going as Mortimer hits it straight down the line, center field. He puts on the accelerator. Does he go to second? No, just holds back. That's still a very good hit, brilliantly timed. A fly ball over the infield and a single base hit for the Phantoms. And now we go back to the top of the order with Luke Mann.
So Phantom's doing a little bit of something that I would like to do, and you know, put a hitter at the bottom of the lineup. And you know, sometimes if you're not paying attention, you think that, you know, if you have a good fastball hitter, he's able to get on, he's able to be a runner that's on base, and I think that one will be ruled as foul because it.
Phantoms threatening here in the top of the 4th for lead off on. Back to the top of the order. Nice hit last at bat. What can you do this time? 23. Look, man.
Ooh, way over the head there. And that'll be 1-1. Line drive, that will just be ruled fair. And it's safe on first.
Good ground ball hit, just managed to go over the bag. Cooper Trong did his best. He fielded it, but took a little bit of time. Didn't have time to wait when you have speed on the base paths, and unfortunately the throw not in time. So runners will be first and second, nobody out here for the Phantoms.
Players on first and second. A little low there from...
And this is one where
Hold it.
Gordon flied out in his first at bat. I wouldn't be surprised, maybe see a bunt trying to move the runners over to second and third with nobody out.
That is in the equation because it's a 1-0 count at the moment, so you consider that. Only if it's at 2 strikes where you really take the bunt out of the equation.
Even then, it's not necessarily taken out of the equations at this stage. Just, you know, you probably back off a little bit, but some guys will still do it. It has to be fair, otherwise you're out.
Right down the middle, strike one. That's a nice ground ball, almost through the hole. Won't tag second, but out goes Gordon.
I liked the play there. I liked Vlasic's, Alex Vlasic's ability to, he tried to get the tag. He didn't get it, but he immediately went to what he knew was going to be that next play. Now, sometimes you may have gotten that runner to leave his base path, so, you know, technically, you know, that's one that you could look at, you could argue, but good way to make sure and just get the one out.
Taking a cold strike there is Hudson Ostazuski. Ostazuski now wearing the number 11. He's facing Holbert. That's a good ground ball. Gets through the hole. And the Phantoms will score. That's Mortimer. Could they get a double? Yes, they do. Mortimer and Mann. They get the Phantoms on the board at the top of the fourth. And they decrease the advantage by 2. It's now a 1-run game.
So again, the big thing on that one is you know, Howell's throw, you can bring it in, but you've got to have it be on the money, because the moment it's not on the money, that other runner is advancing 60 feet. So sometimes you can seed that run in order to keep the runner on 1. And we're going to have the second pitching change. We're going to have a few changes all over the place, so we might take a quick break to let all the pieces of the puzzle be sorted out, and we'll figure them out ourselves, but ultimately we'll have a pitching change, and coming on to throw will be number 10, Daniel Western Goncalves.
Western Goncalves, that'll be, he's got a good arm, good throwing arm here.
Number 10, Daniel Western Goncalves.
Eastern Phantoms chipped away at the Central Firebirds' advantage. It was once 5-1 after the first. And the Phantoms have come back very well. They've scored the last 3 of this game. Phantoms' momentum has completely stalled. The Phantoms have charged back. Still got 1 out, have the Phantoms, and It'll be Lincoln Ellis that steps up to the plate now. And will face Daniel Weston Goncalves. It'll be the third pitcher for the Firebirds today. And no call there, the umpire. Almost in the wrong position there, but we'll restart that one. Ellis pops it high, and that goes over our officials' box. Ellis, much better ground ball, doesn't get past the infield, and that is gone.
Shortstop still makes the play first.
It goes off of Western Goncalves. Holbert fields it, fires over in time to get the out. That'll be the second out of the inning. Ostazuski able to advance over to third on the play. And so tying run 60 feet away. Bring up
now lays into the Josh Watts, yeah. It's in the fate of Josh Watts. See if they can tie this one up.
A little high there on that one, and Fatai not gonna be persuaded against calling the high strike.
And that time a little more lower, but right on the strike zone from Weston Goncalves.
Went from the top of the letters to the bottom of the letters and got the call.
Watts just gets that one fouled behind the catch-up. So 1-2 the count with 2 outs. And even if they get the third out on this pitch, it'll still be a great innings for the Phantoms that they've managed to keep themselves in the contest after trailing 5-1 after 1. And Watts straight down the hole centre field. It's a tied game. Ostazuski scores, and it is now 5-all. Great comeback by the Phantoms.
All along, 2-out hits win ball games. 2-out hits right now have brought it back to even. And as I've said before, the never say die attitude of the Phantoms. They've stormed their way back into the ball game. And
Malcolm, the left-hander, is now up to the plate. Takes a cold strike there.
Good comeback, great pitch.
Player on first for the Phantoms. It's all square at 5 apiece. Went low there. Takes that one past the foul line. 0-2 with 2 outs. Again goes low. Does Weston Goncalves, but a little wide at the outside corner. You see, camera Malcolm was just doing a few practice swings, just getting himself warmed up for every pitch. And that ground ball is easily going to be out at first base. 3 outs for the Phantoms, but they have tied this thing up as we go to the bottom of the 4th, 5 runs apiece.
well, this is the game you were hoping for. You wanted it to be even. You wanted it to be back and forth. You know, it didn't start. Looked like the Firebirds had a chance to maybe run away with it, but their bats have gone a little bit cold here after the second and third inning. The Phantoms' bats have heated up, and they've got themselves back into it. It's a 5-5 ball game, but bottom of the 4th, we'll see if the Firebirds can answer
Still
what
anybody's
the
game.
Phantoms have been able to put up.
Still anybody's game.
Take. Oh, holding me off here.
Oh, game.
Take me out with the crowd.
I can't believe we just sung live.
Find me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back, 'cause it's root for the Firebirds. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Let's get some runs!
That's enough of that song.
Oh, first time in my years of commentary, I've never heard a co-commentator of mine actually sing during a game. I've heard everything. Now we've got another pitching change for the Phantoms. It looks like Jais Foot is now on the mound.
Oh, and this is the one that I was waiting for. Would they make a change to it, and how does it affect? So Nicholas settled himself right at the ship. You know, gave up the runs in the first inning, but you know, all of a sudden he'd made the Firebirds bats go cold. Sometimes once a guy has your number, all you want to do is see somebody different. Doesn't appear to be a fireballer at this point in time.
Sam Crutchett.
See if Crutchett's able to take advantage and light him up.
Directly at the body there, outside the strike zone. 1-0. Crutchett pops it high. It's going to be close, but that's fouled. What was that? That's a high ball toward shortstop. And underneath it is Ostazuski. And he takes it. In fact, that's not Ostazuski.
That's Hudson.
That is Hudson Ostazuski.
Yep.
He takes the catch. And that is the first out.
Now for bat number 6, Mark Howell.
Right down the middle. Strike one from Foot.
Starting to feel some sprinkles, and it looks
the
like
rain.
the crowds are
The rain
headed
has come
for
down.
shelter or umbrellas or.
Umbrellas for sale in the canteen, they've just doubled in price. It's okay.
And that's a high pitch. Well wide of the strike zone. Rule as a ball. And down comes the rain. Play will go on for the moment.
Yeah, not hard enough to stop anything at this moment in time, just enough to be annoying for any fan sitting in it.
Yeah. So the crowds will take cover. Play will go on. And again, a little bit low this time. Full count. The crowds will take shelter. Well, that's brilliantly hit by Howell. And that will be a close call. No, it's out.
Oh, man.
Oh,
I'd go out and argue that call.
that was a close call, but that is out. And Mark Howell falls short of first base.
Luke's a very easy. Luke Holbert is a very easy-going coach. Doesn't ride the highs, doesn't ride the lows from those ones. That was one that I would go question because I do believe he got his toe in on the bag before the ball arrived. Sometimes that one's a hard call to see. You teach that runner to hit that front part of the bag. I do believe he did it. But based on where the umpire's position, he doesn't necessarily see when that front foot touched the bag. So sometimes a tough call for them. Questionable one, but Holbert probably one that not going to argue anything. He's going to be more even-keeled and you know, let's go with the flow, and roll with the punches the way it is.
Foot now will be pitching to Jai Lindley.
I would actually probably not be upset with Howell's hit, but probably his choice to swing at a pitch that was over his head and chop it down. Because I don't think that offers you that solid contact that you're looking for. So.
Lindley tries to drive it towards left field, but that's a foul. Out 1 and 2. 2 outs, 5 runs apiece. Right down the middle, and strike 3. Lindley's gone. That is 3 outs. And we will go now to 5 innings, 2 to go. The Firebirds and the Phantoms still level at 5 runs apiece. As the rain continues to sprinkle, but it won't be heavy enough to stop play. They will still go on with the business, which is great. See some people take cover by our commentary marquee here and other areas of the facility that is hosting these finals. Rain's starting to get heavier at the moment. Yep. A lot of frantic action around the ground here, just making sure everybody is safe from the rain that is beginning to pelt down here at Meadowton Park. It's 5 all. The umpires and the pitcher having a chat. And it looks like the players are coming off.
Obviously, they didn't start it soon enough. Probably should have started at 8 a.m. instead of 9.
The rain has stopped play. We've got a delay here in this Division 1 Little League Grand Final. The Phantoms and the Firebirds all square. And of all times, as far as the scoreboard is concerned, to have a rain delay where both teams are all square. Bringing you all the action live from Meadowton Park. And rain has stopped play. Hopefully it won't be a lengthy delay. And the players can come back on very soon. Everyone's taking shade and cover in the respective dugouts, and all the spectators by our commentary marquee and on the club roof as well. As you see by our camera, the umpires having a chat. We're at the top of the 5th. That's the current situation in the game. Top of the 5th, Firebirds and Phantoms level at 5 all. Also the important factor, 8 to 6 base hits in favour of the Phantoms. You see tournament director Olivia, who's done a tremendous job over the last few days in putting this tournament together alongside the coaches.
Not raining now. They could continue play.
Yeah, well, we see on Diamond 2 players continued. I reckon the umpires should say, okay, the rain has stopped. By the looks of it, I certainly feel the odd sprinkle, but that's nothing. Looks like the mound will be turned over and will hopefully, by the looks of it, get back into action soon to complete the match. We're at the top of the fifth. See a couple of the Firebirds play. One of the Firebirds players, at least, looks like Moffat, number 33, for the Firebirds out there. He's eager to get back into action, and the Firebirds are coming back out, which is great news. And the Phantoms will have their next at-bat coming out in a moment, and that is going to be Alex Hugo. That's a relief to everyone. That will be able to get back into some action. And just as I say that, the rain is back and it's coming down heavier again. They'll have to go off again. Mound will be turned over, and they've decided again to go off.
Running through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my charm. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright. Running through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my charm. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright. Alright, 'cause I'm free, freer than I've ever been before. Yeah,
Welcome back to Meldrum Park. Well, we've got some good news. If you're just logging in for the first time or coming back from the delay, players are back out and we'll be getting action underway. We've lost about 5 or 10 minutes of play, but the players will get on with the business. We'll hopefully go through the 2 innings that are still left. It is 5-all in this Division 1 Little League Grand Final between the Eastern Phantoms and the Central Firebirds. Paul Persick alongside Guy Belair. Guy, thank golly that the players are back out, and we'll be getting action underway in just a moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to be able to get the full game played in. Obviously, we've gone through 4, so it is, from a standpoint, can be called a complete game if need be. We're all tied up after 5, after the Phantoms were able to plate 3 in the last inning, so play has resumed, and first pitch is the ball.
It'll just be all about getting back into focus after that delay. And that's a good hit. Hugo out towards right centre field, and Hugo will earn himself a single base hit. You see fellow player wearing the hoodie, make sure he doesn't get drenched. So this is Nathan Hanks. 5-5 is the score, and directly on the body, Hugo looks to pick off second, and he does. That was Holbert there, just a little bit wide of the bag there, and unable to make the tag.
Oh, pretty close to being called a balk there. Double tap on the front foot. Maybe let that one go because of the weather, but
Hanks just gets that one fouled. It's always difficult, you know, with that balk there, because it is a little bit slippery as a result of the heavy rain that we had for about 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, but not on the front foot.
Hanks, beautiful drive through the hole. And Hugo will go to third. Hanks will earn himself a single hit, but taking the risk, Hugo, he goes back to third. It's going to be close, and he's safe on third. When Hugo put it on the line there, he's just hurt himself a little bit.
He wore that baseball right in the back.
Ouch.
You know, obviously, I hope the young man's all right, but I'm not sure what he was doing there around in the bases, because by all rights he should have been out and not even standing on third base right now. And fortunate enough to have the ball hit him, and so he's able to go back in safely. But
he's getting a pat on the back from his coach there, Hugo. He'll shake that one off.
Of course, I think the coach patted him right where he got hit, so that one probably doesn't help either.
Yeah, but he's all right. He'll get on with business and gets a well-deserved round of applause. So Hugo on third and Hanks on second, and that brings up James Mann back onto the plate. See if the Phantoms can take back the lead. Straight down the guts of the zone. Strike one for Western Goncalves. Swinging that one, deceived by the dip, and that is strike 2. And the catcher wearing that one, John Lindley, and that is 1 and 2. Player on second, player on third. Beautiful hit straight down the line towards right centre field. The Phantoms will score. They take the lead. Will we see a double? Yes! Hanks and Hugo bring the Phantoms back in front, 7-5. We saw yesterday in that semi-final, they just chipped away, then got the lead late. They've done it again.
Yeah, big hit there by Man in the Gap. Got past the right fielder, Alex Vlasic. took a bad angle and the ball got past him, and 2 runs able to score. And
Western Goncalves seeing that one go wide. Want to know the count. Lets that one go. But that is strike 1. Went very low there. Bit overzealous to go for that one, as it is fouled out. He's faced with the second strike. Again goes low. Will James Mann pick off third? No. So 2-2 count now. Now we go to a full count, 3-2. Nicholas gets that one deflected. Foul, still on a full count. Man looking to pick third, and he does. Nicholas with that 4th ball will get a walk on first. Phantoms continuing to press home what is a 2-run advantage. And Western Goncalves just getting a visit from the coach. Getting a bit of a sun shower here at the moment. So Nicholas on first, and James Mann on third, and in comes Jake Hayden. That's that one low. Sinks that one, and Nicholas will easily pick a time this time to steal second. Got that one high. And that'll be a 4th ball. Bases now loaded for the Phantoms. And think about it, Guy, with their out count still at 0, this is a dream situation for them at this time.
And that'll be it for Western Goncalves.
Yeah, that's his day done. Yeah, and who can blame him feeling the emotion? Been a tough one for him, but he's getting a good round of applause from the crowd. Looks like we'll have the 3rd pitching change. Western Goncalves, 4th pitching change, thank you. Looks like it is Taj Humble who is on the mound. coming back on is Brody Warner for the Phantoms. They've still got no outs, but their bases loaded. Gets a bunt. Goes low very nicely, but that's out.
The tough part on that one, Lindley's got to know the situation. He didn't have to put a tag down. He just had to keep his foot on the plate, and that's an out. So that's the only bad thing I don't like. I know in a squeeze play, I'd rather see that bunt with the runner second and third, because then you make the choice, and the runner doesn't necessarily have to come home. But when you bunt with bases loaded, you know the play's going to be at the plate.
That's a nice drive towards left field, and the Phantoms will add another to their score. Nicholas goes home, and so does Hayden. So a double score for the Eastern Phantoms. 9-5 the score at the top of the fifth. A little bit low there. I know the count. Still on one out. Straight down the ground. They'll make a play at home. It's safe. And Warner adds to the Phantom score.
Lindley's got to know he doesn't have to put a tag there. It's a force, but his foot isn't on the plate, so he doesn't get the out.
No, you're exactly right. 10-5 in the Phantoms' favour. They've added 5 in this fifth. Tried to dig that one out there. Luke Mann, they are back at the top of the order. They've gone through their lineup once again here, Guy, with a lot of production everywhere in the last couple of innings.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everybody has done a part ever since the rain delay. I don't think everybody's come out and hit the ball too. So the only one that it may have cooled off here is Luke Mann.
One a little low there, hitting the dirt. Oh, and almost caught. And they'll make a play at second. And that'll be 2 outs. Foot will score. And so 11-5 in the Firebirds' favour. They extend the advantage.
Well, I believe that was Warner that scored.
That was Foot. It was Foot.
All right. They have another one score that I didn't know about.
And that ball slips past the catcher's glove. Mann will steal second. The count. Oh, and that one just hopped off the dirt, and Mann will easily pick off third. That one's popped in the air, and it'll be an easy catch to Jai Lindley, and that will end the innings. the half innings for the Phantoms, but what a top of the fifth it was. 6 runs at the top of the fifth, and the Phantoms extend the advantage 11-5. Simply outstanding, and now the question is asked to the Firebirds, Guy. Can they pile on 6 runs and level it up with an innings to go after this?
Yeah, it'll be a tough spot. We'll see where their heads are at. They've got an opportunity. When you're the home team, you always have that advantage, but again, you're not going to get it in one swing of the bat, so they need to just chip away. They need to get a couple, and all of a sudden maybe they can piece together a big inning.
Base hits also tell the story. Central Firebirds 6, the Phantoms 14. A real phenomenal performance after
realistically
5-1 down.
I think most of those hits came in the first inning too, so all the damage for the Firebirds has been done in that first inning, and they've gone quiet ever since then.
They haven't even scored since. Some back out again, which is great. So coming back out onto the plate, Liam Hulbert. With this side under pressure. It's on the line. As we see Jai's Foot back on the mound. So the two number 22s will go at it. Solid start from Foot right down the center of the strike zone. 0-1. Hubert, that's called foul. Got some height there. What about it, even though we'll have one more innings to go? Where do you see this game? Is it a mere formality, or do you think the Firebirds, they've got some hitters everywhere in the order, but their production has gone completely cold?
Well, it's still a little early to say. Haven't had it out yet in this inning, so.
Ooh, throw just a little off. And that'll allow Hulbert to net himself a double. Another fumble. And they will concede a triple here, the Phantoms. Hulbert running brilliantly.
No, that is not a triple. That is that's a single with 2 errors. Quit, this isn't T-ball. Just 3 throwing errors does not make a home run. I have a feeling you've been calling some of those T-ball games out at Langley Park or something. If we're
well, I did call T-ball. I did call T-ball a couple of years ago.
That's a big hit out there in the left center. They're both drifting back, still going, off the fence.
I'll get a score here.
So that's 1 run and a double. So this is where I said it's too early to say, because again, now you've had the 1 run across the plate. You got a runner on second. All of a sudden, 2 hits have been strung together.
This is where the production is going to be key for the Firebirds. They've got 1 score. And just again, like what the Phantoms did earlier, Firebirds need to chip away.
If you're able to, again, you're not getting in one swing, but if you string hit, all of a sudden, Foot's not an overpowering pitcher, so you need to just back yourself and just just put the ball in play here.
Yamamoto gets a low ball. That's out at first.
It's all right. Moves the runner over, so he's done his job here. Now all of a sudden that 6-run deficit is down to 5. You got a runner 60 feet away. You get it back down to 4. That's where I said you needed to chip away. 2-3 runs this inning, and if you were able to get more than that, it's an added bonus.
Gets that one low against Alex Vlasic. Two and 0 the count. And that's 3 in a row. That has missed the zone. Could mean first and third occupied. Oh, that's much better from foot. Strike 1. Popped up towards the first base area. Ellis is underneath it, and he takes a brilliant catch. Oh, almost a double, but Gordon just has it popped out of his glove. They still got that one out, and the Firebirds will score through Western Goncalves.
Yeah, Western Goncalves is a bit too emotional. He thought he ran into an out. The catcher didn't have the ball. He's put his hands over his head and you know, in frustration. And that's sometimes some ball players will let that foul ball go because they'll let that one drop foul so that way they can't have that runner score. It's a little bit of a touchy situation on what's the best play there. You know, unfortunately, you make the out, but you give up the run.
And Ellis forces the third out. And now we go to the top of the 6th, 11-7. Here's the score. It is game on now. Now, Guy will have to leave because he is off to just pick up his daughter. Guy, thank you very much over the last 2 days. Wish you all the very best. Thanks, Guy. We wish you all the best, and we thank you for your contributions over the last couple of days here in Perth. And now we go to the top of the 6th. Oh, and 2 the count. And that's a nice ground ball, slight fumble. And Ostarzewski will net a single. Once again, thanks to Guy Belair for his contributions over the last 2 days of the Little League State Championship. 11-7 it is now. Phantoms hold that lead over the Firebirds. Firebirds got a couple of runs back against the 6 that they conceded, which was much needed. So it is not over just yet. But the Firebirds need a big bottom of the 6th. Oh, big effort there. Ostarzewski looking to net 2 bases. He's safe. Ostarzewski on 3rd, putting in the big ones. Players now on 1st and 3rd as we go back to the top of the order. Oh no, we don't yet, not just yet. That's Watts. Humble will pitch to Watts, who's now on the plate. That one goes low, so a ball 1. And just edges that one past our camera. Top of the 6th. Firebirds would need to get these 3 quick outs and chew up those 4 runs to tie it up. And of course, they'll need 5 to snatch the game and the championship as Watts fouls to his left. Right down the middle, strike 3. Watts is gone. And that's the first out, much needed for Humble and the Firebirds. Riley Malcolm is next up, the left-hander. Malcolm gets one low, and that's going to allow Ostarzewski to slide home and add another one to the Phantoms' score. And that makes it 12-7 in their favour. Still a 1-0 count. 12-7, the Phantoms have chipped away since the 3rd inning. 1 in the 3rd, 3 in the 4th, and an unbelievable run of 6 in the 5th. And they've added another one. They've scored in every one since the 3rd. The only one that they've been left blank is the 2nd. Malcolm looking for the bunt, couldn't keep it low, and that is fouled. Looks like his intentions are going to be very clear. He's wanting to go at it even on 1 strike. And he does. Ground ball. Will remove first. Needs to get the foot on the bag. Almost cost himself an out. Did Crutchett. And that is 1 out. In comes Alex Hugo. Stepping up to the plate. Hugo, oh, and looks like a bit of cramp there on his left leg. But he'll get on with business. He'll shake that one off. Always the worst thing late in the game when you get cramp. Hugo pops it up high. That will be a foul. So 0-2 the count with 2 outs. They desperately need to get this 3rd out here, the Firebirds. Humble on the mound. Would need to get this all-important strikeout. Got to get a good fastball in, I would say. Goes low. And that will allow Ellis to slide into home and score. And isn't he pumped up? A great shout for elation. Steering the Phantoms further ahead towards a championship. That strike count is still on 2. as Hugo didn't take a run from the plate. And that one just to the inside corner. 1 and 2 the count. That one again low. Hugo, good composure with letting that one down. Full count. That one will be ruled as fair. And Hugo will net himself a single. He'll be happy with that one. Will Hugo, and a visit from the coach. It looks like we'll have a pitching change. Humble will be off. And he'll move himself back to likely second base, I think. And it looks like Sam Crutchett is discussing with the coach on the mound. It looks it's going to be number 42, Jamie Vlasic. Getting some practice pitches before Jamie gets on with things. The breeze begins to pick up once again. It's been changeable conditions throughout this day in the grand final. Must thank all our teams for making their way here to Madelgin Park over the last few days to compete. They've really given it absolutely everything since the beginning of the championships on Thursday. Looks like Alex Vlasic is back on the dugout. He's been pulled. And now Nathan Hanks is on the plate. He's a decent hitter, but they've still got their outfielders a little further back from the fence, and Hanks gets a hard one there. And Vlasic's there just saying sorry about that. Hanks just saying all good. Vlasic will get on with things now. James Mann wearing the number 4. 13-7. They're still down to their last out. Man, a very good hitter. Very, very close, but just to the inside corner. 1-0 the count. Ground ball. I'll look to go to first, but that's in. Man safe at first, and bases are now loaded. Dion Nicholas is next up. Phantom's in a great position in this game. Vlasic goes high. The tight action she's got. Points the elbow out and puts some good power into that follow through that Vlasic has got. Let's have a look here. Ooh, just got a little loose there. And that one just hops off the dirt. 2-0 the count. So it looks like Mann, Hanks, and also Hugo occupying those bases. Could we see a grand slam? 3-0 the count. That's another ball. Much better there from Vlasic. That one's going to be ball 4. And Nicholas gets walking. And so will Hugo to home plate. He will score. And that will double the advantage they have. 14-7. There's a lead of 7. 18-7 in the base hits as well. Now Jake Hayden tossing that one to the inside corner is Vlasic. That will be 1-0. Slips through the catcher's gloves. Hanks goes for it, slides in and scores. Phantoms got one hand on the championship. And looks more likely they'll have both hands on it. They're still on 2 outs. And they have scored 4 this inning. Goes low, but inside the zone. Breeze picks up again here. Goes very high there, does Vlasic. 3-1. Hayden just pops that one into the foul line. Three and 2, full count. Be another one into foul territory. And that'll be ball 4. Hayden gets walking. So players on first and third. With Brody Warner now onto the plate next. They have used up their lineup so well today, have the Phantoms. They've got production from everywhere. Vlasic just has to get a good rhythm going. She's had a few pitches that have dipped low, pouncing off the dirt. Warner, ground ball. Will they tag second? It's close, that's out. So to the Firebirds' relief, they get that last out, but it's going to be a huge mountain to climb at the bottom of the last inning. 15-7, the Phantoms lead. And they've got almost both hands on the 2023 Division 1 Championship. All goes down to this for the Phantoms. Jai's foot now on the mount. We're pitching potentially for the championship. Phantoms, they have had their fair share of success. They won it in 2021, 2020, 2019. So they'll be looking for their 4th in 5 years. Of course, they won it back in 2008 and 2009. Be their 6th since it began back in 2008. But the Firebirds won't go down without a fight. Summer Hitchcock. going low. Hitchcock pops it high, and that goes over our marquee. One and one. It's a high one. Ellis running back. That's a brilliant catch. Ellis, a great effort getting back with a pop fly out at the first base area. And that is a brilliant effort. One out. Just two more here for the Phantoms to wrap up their fourth title in 5 years. Right down the middle from foot. Steps that one a little lower. Pops that one high. Just short of the player on left field. Humble will get himself a double base hit here. And Humble will occupy second base. Still on one out. And Cooper Trong will make his way to the plate. As the conditions start to cool down here, the breeze picking up as well. Now. Oh, and that's an instant walk onto first. Got the hit on the left arm. And first and second will be occupied. Now next up to the plate is going to be Charlie Moffat. One out, right down the middle. That's a nice one to left field, a good fly ball, and that'll be bases loaded here. Still on one out. The Firebirds. Sam Crutchett is now on the plate. Giving a good account of themselves here, the Firebirds, in this last inning. It is a mountain to climb. Get at least 8 runs to force an extra inning. That one just on the inside corner near the body. Nice pop towards left field, fumble, and Humble will cross home plate to score. So that's the first one. 15-8 now in the Phantoms' favour. That's the first run they've scored this inning, the third since the first, where they scored 5, but they weren't able to get one on the board until now. Getting low. Strike one. Ground ball through the hole. We're taking it right field. There's another score. 1, 2. Will they get 3? No. Very, very close. Fumble. They need to go to second. What's the call? It's out. So the Firebirds down to their last out. They're 1 out away. They got 2 runs there. 15-10. Phantoms will want to knock down this last out. So now onto the plate. Giant Lindley. That one close to the body on the inside corner. Nicely done by Lindley. Pull himself out of the way. Lindley towards third. That goes through the hole. Ruled fair. And Crutchett will score for the Firebirds. Ball still alive. And a slide onto third from Lindley. Now the Firebirds still alive. The pressure starting to raise on the Phantoms. And the Phantoms down to their last out. And time will be called. And Foot being given a pep talk by the pitching coach. (15-11). They've conceded 3. And their lead is trimmed down to 4. Also a race against Mother Nature, dare I say it. The weather has been like a roller coaster. So onto the plate now, number 22, Liam Hulbert. Right down the middle, strike 1. Breeze picking up, a lot of leaves and rubbish being blown onto the playing area. That doesn't faze the players one bit. 1-1. And just dipping low. Very close, but the umpire right on the spot here. Player on third, that's Lindley. Hulbert swings and misses. Strike 2. 1 out away. 1 strike away is Foot. 15-11. Oh, very close. Full count. 3-2 with 2 outs. 4 runs is the difference. Just got the bottom of the bat there, but that's fouled. And the crowd really getting into it. Yeah. All around the diamond here. Foot. Could he throw the last strike? And that'll be ball 4. Hulbert starts walking. They stay alive, do the Firebirds. They can get past that 15 total. Victory will be theirs. But they've still got some way to go. They could hit a three-run homer here and get it to 15-14 and put the pressure on. But 1 more out, it's game over, and the Phantoms take the title. Now this is Daniel Weston Goncalves. He's had quite a day. Takes a cold strike. Goncalves pops it high. Will be fouled. Strike 2. As a result, it's a fouled strike. Foot. And that's a ground ball. Brilliantly fielded. It's a fumble. It's a fumble and Lindley scores. Oh, they're still alive. It's game on here at Madelgin Park. 15 plays 12. Can the Firebirds pull off a miraculous comeback? Yamamoto. Next up to the plate, the left-hander. Takes a cold strike there, just letting that one go. Players now on first and second as well. They could tie this. That one just a little bit high there. 1-1 with 2 outs. Strike 2. Yamamoto letting that one go as well, being deceived by that late dip. Ooh, very, very close. Yamamoto hacking that one, but getting behind the catcher's position. Foot to Yamamoto. Whoa, there was a bit of cheering for a moment. But then the umpire said, that one just wide. Good call. And they've done it! Dreams come true in gold and blue. The Phantoms are Division 1 champions for 2023. But my goodness, take your hat off to the Central Firebirds. They fought back strongly, 7 in the last 2 innings. And it looked like being a contest. They had players on first and second, but the Phantoms held their own. Foot pitched magnificently late in the game. And Phantoms have won the championship in Division 1 in an incredible contest, 15-12. And for the 4th time in 6 years, what a record for the Eastern Phantoms. They take the gold. And overall, it is their 6th title, having won it back in 2008 and 2009. They did it in 2019, 2020, 2021, and now in 2023. What a game. The Firebirds, well, what a performance. Get to a grand final, and they came so close. It looked like it was going to be a mere formality about an innings earlier, but just the way the Firebirds were able to get those runs, get production out of everybody, they were simply sensational. A job well done to the Phantoms, the champions, the Firebirds. They played their hearts out. Baseball in WA, the big winner today. Also had to consider that we lost 10-15 minutes due to a rain delay, but it held off for the rest of the game, and we got ourselves a cracking finish. Let's go to the presentations.
First and foremost, congratulations to both Eastern Phantoms and the Central volunteers got set a couple of weekend. We have a different field movement, the volunteers in the care team. The umpires, the scorers, especially. Thank you very much on behalf of everybody. And I guess on behalf of the player group, I'd like to thank the parents and the committee support team behind the scenes to be able to get the players to the tournament and also the training sessions and everything else. But thank you very much, and I'll pass it over to Coach Arthur.
can't hear me. Oh. To Luke and Firebirds, well done. Wicked tournament. Pleasure playing against you in the scratch matches and the tournament. We are travelling together, so it's going to be a good big family. Looking forward to it. To my boys, never gave up. Ever. The coaches, Bianca, FDO, well done boys. Congratulations. Let's go and celebrate. So first up's Brody. Hudson Ostasowski. Joyce Moore. Hunter Moore. Jake Hayden. Joshua Watts. Dion Nicholas. Alex Hugo. Nathan Hanks. Riley Milton. Jensen Milton. Luke Mann. James Mann. Lincoln Ellis. And the assistant coach is Lockie White. Leonard Ostasowski. The hardest working person in the team, EO Bianca Hayden. Adam Ellis.
Congratulations to the 2023 Little League State Champions, Eastern Phantoms.
That's it. There you see the Eastern Phantoms. They are the champions for 2023. What a great final we've had in the Division 1 competition. The Easter weekend, dare I say it, has been one chock-a-block full of action here at Madalgin Park. And the Phantoms, they trailed 5-1 after one, and they came back to lead it at the end of the fifth. But then what a comeback by the Firebirds to make it a real close encounter. But in the end, the Phantoms are victorious, 15-12. That wraps it up for what is going to be a fantastic tournament in Division 1. And we thank you for joining us for our coverage all across the long weekend. We must thank Guy Belair, his contributions on the microphone today. We thank Matt and Ryan, the team from Front Row Screens, our camera crew. Bailey Harrington doing a terrific job on our centre field camera throughout yesterday and today and all throughout the weekend. And we certainly thank you, the viewers, wherever you may be across West Australia, the nation, and around the world, for tuning in throughout the long weekend. On behalf of all the team here at Madalgin Park, this is Paul Persick wishing you a very good afternoon and a safe rest of the Easter Monday here in Western Australia. Good night.